Ever felt awkward in social situations or struggled to connect deeply with others? The audiobook Emotional Intelligence Boost Your Social Skills Fast reveals the hidden key to transforming your social life. Master the 4 pillars of emotional intelligence and watch as relationships deepen, conversations flow naturally, and social anxiety fades. Without these insights, you'll continue experiencing rejection, missed opportunities, and the painful gap between you and the meaningful connections you truly desire. Before we go on, I invite you to download the free executive summary of this book, which contains the key ideas and takeaways of each chapter. Studies show that engaging with content in multiple formats significantly enhances learning and retention. Click the first link in the description to claim your free executive summary and maximize your learning potential. It's free for now, but it won't be forever, so make sure to grab it while you can. Chapter 1. Know Yourself. Have you ever wondered why some people navigate social situations with effortless grace while others stumble through the same interactions? The difference often isn't intelligence, attractiveness, or even extroversion. It's something more fundamental: self-awareness. That person who always seems to say the right thing, who connects deeply with others, who remains composed under pressure, they possess an intimate understanding of their own internal landscape, their thoughts, emotions, motivations, and reactions. This understanding forms the bedrock upon which all social skills are built. Self-awareness isn't simply knowing your name, age, or favorite color. It's a profound recognition of what makes you tick, the subtle currents of emotion that flow through you, the thought patterns that shape your perceptions, the values that guide your choices, and the triggers that spark your reactions. Without this knowledge, you're essentially navigating your social world blindfolded, reacting to situations without understanding why, repeating patterns without recognizing them, and missing opportunities for genuine connection. Think of self-awareness as the foundation of a house. Without a solid foundation, even the most beautiful structure will eventually collapse. Similarly, without self-awareness, even the most sophisticated social techniques will ultimately fail because they aren't anchored in authentic understanding. You might memorize conversation starters or body language tips, but without knowing yourself, these techniques will feel hollow and mechanical rather than natural and genuine. The journey to enhance social skills begins with turning inward. This might seem counterintuitive. After all, social skills are about connecting with others, not focusing on yourself. But here's the paradox. To truly connect with others, you must first connect with yourself. Only by understanding your own internal experience can you begin to understand others, respond authentically, and build meaningful relationships. Before we continue, make sure to subscribe to Grow to the Top and activate notifications to receive more self-improvement tips that will supercharge your growth. And make sure to give this video a thumbs up and share it with your friends. It really helps the channel grow. Thank you for your support. Self-awareness encompasses 2 distinct but related dimensions. Internal self-awareness involves understanding your own thoughts, feelings, values, and how they influence your behavior. External self-awareness, on the other hand, refers to understanding how others perceive you. Both are crucial for social success. Without internal awareness, you might be confused by your own reactions or behave in ways that contradict your values. Without external awareness, you might be oblivious to how your behavior affects others or how you come across in social situations. When you develop robust self-awareness, you gain tremendous advantages in social interactions. First, your interactions become more authentic. Instead of presenting a carefully curated version of yourself or saying what you think others want to hear, you can express your genuine thoughts and feelings. This authenticity is magnetic. People are naturally drawn to those who are real and honest, rather than those who seem artificial or performative. Self-awareness also dramatically improves your decision-making in social contexts. When you understand your emotional triggers, you can pause before reacting impulsively. When you know your core values, you can make choices that align with what truly matters to you, rather than being swayed by external pressure or momentary impulses. This leads to more consistent behavior that builds trust with others over time. Perhaps most importantly, self-awareness reduces misunderstandings by helping you recognize your own contribution to social dynamics. Without self-awareness, it's easy to blame others when interactions go awry. With self-awareness, you can see how your own perceptions, assumptions, and behaviors might be contributing to the situation, giving you more power to change the outcome. To develop self-awareness, you must first learn to recognize your emotions in real time. This sounds simple, but is surprisingly challenging for many people. We often move through life on autopilot, barely noticing our emotional states until they become intense enough to demand attention. The first step is learning to pause and notice what you're feeling as it happens, rather than hours or days later. This requires developing a nuanced emotional vocabulary that goes beyond basic labels like good or bad. Are you feeling anxious or excited, disappointed or angry, melancholy or exhausted? Each emotion carries different information and might lead to different behaviors. The more precisely you can identify your emotions, the better you can understand and manage them. Physical sensations often provide important clues about your emotional state. Anxiety might manifest as butterflies in your stomach or tension in your shoulders. Anger might appear as heat in your face or tightness in your chest. By tuning into these bodily sensations, you can catch emotions earlier before they escalate and potentially hijack your behavior. Your thoughts are equally important to monitor. We all have automatic thought patterns, habitual ways of interpreting situations that occur so quickly we barely notice them. These thoughts aren't always accurate or helpful. You might automatically assume someone's silence means disapproval, or that a mistake means you're incompetent. These interpretations then trigger emotions and behaviors that might not serve you well. By becoming aware of these thought patterns, you gain the power to question and change them. Is that interpretation really accurate? What evidence supports or contradicts it? Are there other possible explanations? This cognitive flexibility is invaluable in social situations, allowing you to respond to what's actually happening rather than to your assumptions about what's happening. Beneath your thoughts and emotions lie your motivations, the desires and needs that drive your behavior. In social settings, what are you really seeking? Connection? Approval? Status? Safety? Control? Understanding your true motivations helps you align your social goals with your core values, rather than pursuing interactions that might feel temporarily satisfying but ultimately empty. This alignment between your actions and your values is crucial for authentic social engagement. When you're motivated primarily by external factors, like impressing others or gaining status, your interactions often feel hollow and unsatisfying. When you're motivated by intrinsic factors, like expressing your values or forming genuine connections, your social experiences become more meaningful and fulfilling. As you deepen your self-awareness, you'll begin to map your social self more completely, including your emotional triggers, strengths, and areas for growth. Emotional triggers are situations or interactions that consistently evoke strong emotional responses. Perhaps you feel intensely anxious when meeting new people, disproportionately angry when you feel ignored, or unusually defensive when receiving feedback. Identifying these triggers is powerful because it allows you to anticipate and prepare for challenging situations rather than being blindsided by your reactions. You can develop strategies to manage these triggers, perhaps taking a few deep breaths before entering a room full of strangers, or preparing mentally for feedback conversations. Understanding the roots of these triggers can be even more transformative. Often, they stem from past experiences or unmet needs. The anxiety about meeting new people might trace back to painful rejection experiences. The anger about being ignored might connect to deeper fears about not mattering. By recognizing these connections, you can begin to heal old wounds rather than continuing to react from them. Just as important as knowing your triggers is recognizing your social strengths. What aspects of social interaction come naturally to you? Are you a good listener? Do you easily make others laugh? Are you skilled at diffusing tension? Do you ask thoughtful questions? These strengths are valuable assets that you can deliberately leverage in social situations. Building confidence based on acknowledged capabilities creates a positive spiral. When you consciously use your strengths, you experience more success, which builds confidence, which leads to more authentic self-expression, which creates deeper connections. This positive cycle stands in stark contrast to the negative spiral that can occur when you focus exclusively on your perceived shortcomings. Of course, honest self-awareness also means acknowledging areas where you struggle. Perhaps you find it difficult to assert your needs, struggle with public speaking, or tend to dominate conversations. The key is to view these not as permanent flaws, but as skills you haven't fully developed yet, opportunities for growth rather than reasons for shame. This growth mindset prevents defensiveness when reflecting on areas needing improvement. Instead of denying weaknesses or making excuses, you can acknowledge them matter-of-factly and make concrete plans to develop the skills you lack. This approach is far more productive than either beating yourself up or pretending the issues don't exist. As you develop greater self-awareness, you'll also build a more realistic sense of self-worth and confidence. Many people confuse self-esteem, how you feel about yourself, with self-worth, your inherent value as a human being. Self-esteem fluctuates based on successes and failures, while self-worth remains constant regardless of external circumstances. Cultivating unconditional self-acceptance means recognizing your inherent worth independent of your achievements, appearance, or others' opinions. This doesn't mean you stop striving for improvement, quite the opposite. When your sense of worth isn't on the line with every interaction, you can take more risks, be more authentic, and learn more effectively from mistakes. Basing your self-worth on internal values rather than external validation frees you from the exhausting pursuit of others' approval. Instead of constantly wondering, what do they think of me, you can ask, am I living in alignment with my values? This shift creates tremendous freedom and authenticity in social interactions. Developing a balanced view of yourself means avoiding both overly harsh self-criticism and inflated self-assessment. Many people, especially high achievers, are far more critical of themselves than they would ever be of others. This excessive self-criticism creates anxiety and inhibition in social situations. Learning to speak to yourself with the same kindness and encouragement you would offer a good friend can transform your social experience. Similarly, challenging imposter syndrome and self-doubt allows you to show up more fully in interactions. Imposter syndrome, the persistent feeling that you're not as competent as others perceive you to be, can keep you playing small, holding back your ideas and contributions for fear of being found out. Recognizing these thoughts as a common phenomenon rather than an accurate assessment of your abilities helps you participate more confidently. Celebrating progress and effort, not just outcomes, creates a more sustainable approach to social growth. If you only feel good about yourself when you achieve perfect social interactions, whatever that means, you're setting yourself up for constant disappointment. Acknowledging your efforts and small improvements builds resilience and motivation for continued growth. The path to self-awareness isn't a one-time journey, but a continuous practice of reflection and discovery. Making time for regular introspection, whether through journaling, meditation, or simply quiet contemplation, allows you to process experiences, recognize patterns, and integrate insights. This ongoing practice yields tremendous benefits for personal growth and social effectiveness. Many people resist looking inward, fearing what they might find, or believing they don't have time for reflection. But avoiding self-awareness doesn't eliminate your blind spots. It just leaves you at their mercy. Taking even a few minutes daily to check in with yourself can dramatically enhance your self-understanding and, by extension, your social capabilities. When engaging in self-reflection, the questions you ask yourself matter tremendously. What questions promote objective observation and insight, while why questions often lead to unproductive rumination or rationalization? For example, asking, "What was I feeling during that conversation?" or "What thoughts went through my mind?" tends to yield clearer insights than "Why did I feel so anxious?" or Why did I say that stupid thing? Why questions often trigger defensiveness or circular thinking as your mind searches for justifications rather than understanding. What questions, on the other hand, encourage you to observe your experience without judgment, gathering information that can guide future choices. This subtle shift in questioning can dramatically enhance the quality of your self-reflection. Another powerful tool for ongoing self-discovery is defining your ideal self as a guide for development. This isn't about creating an impossible standard of perfection, but rather envisioning the person you aspire to be in social interactions. How would your ideal self respond to criticism? How would they express disagreement? How would they show care for others? This vision serves as motivation for change and development, providing a North Star to guide your choices in challenging moments. The key is ensuring this ideal self is realistic and aligned with your core values rather than an internalized set of shoulds from external sources. Your ideal self should feel like the most authentic expression of who you are, not a performance aimed at winning approval. To translate these concepts into practice, consider implementing some structured exercises for developing self-awareness. An emotional journaling practice can be tremendously valuable, tracking your emotions, triggers, thoughts, and reactions daily. This creates a record you can analyze for patterns over time, revealing insights that might not be apparent in isolated moments. Guided self-reflection sessions focusing on specific social interactions can also accelerate your learning. Weekly reflection on meaningful interactions helps you process what happened at a deeper level. Ask yourself, what did I feel during this interaction? What thoughts ran through my mind? What did I do or say? How did my behavior align with my values? What would I do differently next time? Identifying your core values provides another powerful lens for self-awareness. Your values are the principles that matter most to you, perhaps honesty, kindness, courage, growth, or connection. Clarifying these values helps you make choices that feel authentic and meaningful rather than being swayed by external pressures or momentary impulses. Once you've identified your values, you can assess your recent social behaviors against them. Are your actions aligned with what matters most to you? If not, what adjustments might bring greater alignment? This reflection isn't about beating yourself up for falling short, but rather about gently guiding yourself toward greater congruence between your values and your behavior. As you develop deeper self-awareness, you'll likely experience a profound shift in your social interactions. When you understand your own thoughts, feelings, motivations, and patterns, you can respond more intentionally rather than reacting automatically. You can express yourself more authentically rather than performing based on what you think others want. You can connect more deeply because you're bringing your real self to the interaction rather than a carefully curated facade. This authenticity creates a foundation for all the social skills we'll explore in subsequent chapters. Without self-awareness, techniques for understanding others, communicating effectively, or resolving conflicts remain surface-level tools rather than integrated capabilities. With self-awareness, these skills become natural extensions of your authentic self, allowing for genuine connection and meaningful relationships. The journey to self-awareness isn't always comfortable. You'll likely encounter aspects of yourself you'd prefer not to see, insecurities, biases, unhelpful patterns. But facing these elements with compassion rather than judgment allows you to integrate them into a more complete self-understanding. This integration is what makes authentic connection possible. As we move forward to explore the fascinating realm of understanding others in the next chapter, remember that the quality of your connections with others will always be limited by the quality of your connection with yourself. By developing deep self-awareness, you're not being self-absorbed. You're building the essential foundation for meaningful relationships and social success. What hidden patterns might be influencing your social interactions right now, just beyond the edge of your awareness? What might change in your relationships if you could see yourself more clearly? These questions mark the beginning of a journey that will transform not just how you interact with others, but how you understand yourself. And in that understanding lies the key to unlocking your full social potential. Chapter 2. Understanding others. Have you ever met someone who seemed to read your mind? Someone who understood exactly what you needed to hear, precisely when you needed to hear it? Someone who made you feel truly seen and understood, perhaps even better than you understood yourself in that moment? These rare individuals possess something extraordinary, a quality that draws others to them like moths to a flame, that builds instant trust and connection, that makes others feel valued and validated in their presence. What is this mysterious quality that creates such profound connection? It's not charisma in the conventional sense. It's not charm or wit or physical attractiveness. It's something deeper, more fundamental, a capacity that forms the very foundation of meaningful human interaction. This quality transcends social skills techniques or communication tactics. It can't be faked or manufactured. It must be genuinely developed and authentically expressed. The most socially intelligent people have mastered this ability to truly understand others, not just superficially, but deeply and meaningfully. They've developed a particular kind of vision that allows them to see beyond the surface, to perceive what others are experiencing, to grasp the hidden currents of emotion and thought that drive behavior. This vision doesn't come from analyzing personality types or memorizing behavioral patterns. It comes from something far more profound. This capacity to understand others isn't just nice to have, it's essential for genuine social connection. Without it, our interactions remain shallow, our relationships superficial, our influence limited. With it, we can build trust instantly, resolve conflicts effectively, communicate persuasively, and forge bonds that withstand challenges and deepen over time. What exactly is this foundational capacity? It's empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of another person. But empathy is widely misunderstood. Many confuse it with being nice or agreeable. Others think it means feeling sorry for people. Some believe it's an innate trait that you either have or don't have. All of these conceptions miss the mark. True empathy involves three core components. First, recognizing emotions in others, noticing the subtle signals that reveal their inner experience. Second, understanding those emotions, grasping not just what they're feeling, but why they're feeling it. And third, sharing those emotions to some degree, experiencing a resonance with their emotional state that allows for genuine connection. This goes far beyond sympathy, which is feeling compassion for another's suffering while maintaining emotional distance. Sympathy says, I feel for you. Empathy says, I feel with you. Sympathy acknowledges another's pain from the outside. Empathy steps into that pain and shares it from the inside. This distinction is crucial because sympathy, while well-intentioned, often creates distance rather than connection. Perhaps most importantly, empathy isn't a fixed trait, but a learnable skill. While some people may have a natural inclination toward empathy, everyone can develop greater empathic capacity through deliberate practice and awareness. Like any skill, empathy improves with conscious effort and consistent application. This means that no matter where you're starting from, you can enhance your ability to understand others and connect more deeply. The benefits of developing empathy extend far beyond making others feel good, though that's certainly valuable. Empathy is essential for social success because it builds trust, the foundation of all meaningful relationships. When people feel genuinely understood, they instinctively trust you more. This trust creates a psychological safety that allows for greater openness, vulnerability, and authentic connection. Empathy also dramatically improves communication effectiveness. When you truly understand another person's perspective and emotional state, you can tailor your message to resonate with them. You know what matters to them, what concerns them, what motivates them. This understanding allows you to communicate in ways that are more likely to be heard and accepted rather than dismissed or resisted. Beyond these practical benefits, empathy strengthens relationships by fostering genuine connection. Humans have a fundamental need to be seen, heard, and understood. When you provide that understanding, when you make someone feel that they matter and their experience is valid, you create a powerful bond. This connection forms the basis for relationships that can weather conflicts, grow through challenges, and deepen over time. Empathy isn't a monolithic capacity, but rather encompasses two distinct but complementary dimensions: cognitive empathy and emotional empathy. Understanding both types and how they work together is crucial for developing your full empathic potential. Cognitive empathy is the ability to understand intellectually what another person is thinking and feeling, to grasp their perspective, viewpoint, and mental state. It's about comprehending their thought process, recognizing their beliefs and values, and understanding how they're interpreting a situation. This type of empathy allows you to see the world through their eyes, to understand their logic and reasoning, even when it differs from your own. This cognitive dimension of empathy is particularly valuable in negotiation and conflict resolution. When you can truly understand another person's perspective, not just what they want, but why they want it, not just their position, but their underlying interests, you can find solutions that address their core concerns while also meeting your own needs. This creates the possibility for win-win outcomes rather than competitive struggles. Developing cognitive empathy involves active listening and thoughtful questioning. By paying close attention to what someone says and how they say it, you can begin to construct a model of their mental landscape. By asking clarifying questions that explore their reasoning and perspective, you can refine that model and correct misunderstandings. This process requires setting aside your own viewpoint temporarily to fully engage with theirs. While cognitive empathy involves understanding thoughts and perspectives, emotional empathy involves actually feeling what another person is feeling. This dimension of empathy creates a direct emotional connection, a resonance between your emotional state and theirs. When they feel joy, you feel a spark of that same joy. When they feel sorrow, you feel an echo of that sorrow within yourself. This emotional dimension plays a crucial role in building deep connections. When someone senses that you're not just intellectually grasping their emotions, but actually sharing them to some degree, they feel a profound sense of validation and connection. This shared emotional experience creates bonds that transcend rational understanding and touch something more fundamental in human connection. However, emotional empathy requires careful management to avoid empathic distress or burnout. If you absorb others' difficult emotions without boundaries, you can become overwhelmed or depleted. The goal isn't to take on others' emotional burdens completely, but to connect with their feelings while maintaining your own emotional equilibrium. This balance allows you to remain present and supportive without becoming overwhelmed. The most effective approach integrates both cognitive and emotional empathy. Cognitive empathy without emotional empathy can feel cold and analytical. You understand someone's perspective but don't connect with their feelings. Emotional empathy without cognitive empathy can lead to emotional contagion without deeper understanding. You feel what they feel but don't grasp why they feel it or how to help. Different situations may call for emphasizing one type of empathy over the other. In professional settings or conflict resolution, cognitive empathy might be more prominent. In intimate relationships or emotional support, emotional empathy might take precedence. The key is developing both capacities and flexibly applying them based on the context and the needs of the interaction. By integrating both types of empathy, you can respond to others in ways that are both compassionate and effective. You understand not just what they're experiencing, but why they're experiencing it, and you connect with their emotions while maintaining enough perspective to respond helpfully rather than just mirroring their state. While verbal communication provides important information about others' thoughts and feelings, nonverbal cues often reveal even more about their emotional state. Learning to read these unspoken signals dramatically enhances your empathic accuracy, your ability to correctly identify what others are experiencing. Body language, the study of which is called kinesics, provides a wealth of information about emotional states and attitudes. Posture, gestures, movements, and physical positioning all communicate powerful messages that may reinforce, contradict, or elaborate on what's being said verbally. Common postures reveal much about someone's emotional state and attitude toward the interaction. An open posture, uncrossed arms, relaxed shoulders, facing you directly, generally indicates openness, engagement, and comfort. A closed posture, crossed arms, hunched shoulders, body turned away, often signals defensiveness, discomfort, or disengagement. Leaning forward typically shows interest and attention, while leaning back might indicate relaxation, or in some contexts, skepticism or distance. Gestures add another layer of meaning. Self-soothing gestures like touching the face or neck, playing with hair, or fidgeting often indicate anxiety or discomfort. Expansive gestures that take up space generally suggest confidence and enthusiasm. Restricted gestures that keep the body compact may signal insecurity or caution. However, it's crucial to observe clusters of cues rather than isolated gestures. A single crossed arm might mean defensiveness, or it might just mean the person is cold. A single glance at a watch might indicate impatience or just a need to track time for legitimate reasons. Looking for patterns and combinations of signals provides much more reliable information than focusing on any single cue. Facial expressions offer perhaps the richest source of emotional information. Research has identified certain expressions that appear to be universal across cultures, particularly for basic emotions like happiness, sadness, fear, disgust, anger, and surprise. These expressions involve specific combinations of facial muscle movements that are difficult to fake convincingly. Microexpressions, brief, involuntary facial expressions that last for just a fraction of a second, can be particularly revealing. These fleeting expressions often show genuine emotions that a person might be trying to conceal. Learning to spot these quick flashes requires practice, but can dramatically improve your ability to detect hidden feelings. Eye contact patterns also communicate important information. Sustained eye contact generally indicates interest, attention, and confidence, though cultural norms for appropriate eye contact vary significantly. Averted gaze might signal shyness, discomfort, or in some cases, deception. Pupil dilation, though subtle, can indicate interest or emotional arousal. One of the most valuable skills is noticing inconsistencies between verbal statements and facial expressions. When someone says they're fine, but their expression shows sadness, or claims to agree while their face registers doubt, these discrepancies often reveal more authentic feelings than the words alone. Beyond body language and facial expressions, tone of voice, or paralanguage, provides crucial emotional information. The same words can convey radically different meanings depending on how they're spoken. Pitch, speed, volume, and inflection all modify the emotional content of a message. A higher pitch often indicates excitement or stress, while a lower pitch typically suggests calmness or authority. Faster speech may signal enthusiasm or anxiety, while slower speech might indicate thoughtfulness or, in some contexts, condescension. Louder volume can express passion or anger, while quieter speech might reflect intimacy or insecurity. Rising inflection at the end of statements can indicate uncertainty or a desire for validation. These vocal qualities help you recognize emotional states like sarcasm, enthusiasm, anxiety, or sadness that might not be explicit in the words themselves. By tuning into the emotional subtext beneath the words, the music behind the lyrics, you gain access to a deeper level of understanding. An important caveat to all nonverbal interpretation is cultural variation. While some expressions and gestures may be relatively universal, many aspects of nonverbal communication vary significantly across cultures. Eye contact norms, personal space preferences, acceptable touching behaviors, and the meaning of specific gestures can differ dramatically between cultural contexts. For example, direct eye contact might signal respect and attention in one culture, but be considered disrespectful or aggressive in another. A nod might mean agreement in some contexts, but merely acknowledgement of hearing, not agreement, in others. The okay hand gesture is positive in many Western cultures, but can be offensive in others. This cultural variation makes it essential to avoid assumptions based solely on your own cultural background. Instead, approach nonverbal communication with cultural sensitivity and awareness, recognizing that your interpretations might need adjustment based on cultural context. This adaptability is particularly important in our increasingly global and multicultural society. Beyond reading nonverbal cues, developing empathy requires actively stepping into another person's shoes, a skill known as perspective taking. This involves mentally placing yourself in their position and trying to see the world as they see it, based on their unique situation, beliefs, and values. Effective perspective taking goes beyond simply imagining how you would feel in their situation. That approach often leads to projection, assuming others would think and feel as you do. True perspective taking requires understanding how their specific background, experiences, and worldview shape their perception and response to a situation. This means actively trying to understand the other person's beliefs, values, and concerns, even when they differ significantly from your own. It means temporarily suspending judgment about whether their perspective is right or wrong, and instead focusing on understanding it accurately. This doesn't require agreeing with their viewpoint, just comprehending it. Moving beyond your own assumptions and biases is essential for accurate perspective taking. We all have cognitive biases that can distort our understanding of others. For instance, the fundamental attribution error leads us to overemphasize personality traits and underemphasize situational factors when explaining others' behavior. Recognizing and compensating for these biases improves your perspective-taking accuracy. Asking clarifying questions greatly enhances your ability to understand another's perspective. Rather than assuming you know what someone means or why they feel a certain way, ask them directly. Questions like, "Can you help me understand why this is important to you?" or "What concerns you most about this situation?" provide valuable insights into their thinking. Considering context is another crucial aspect of understanding others. People don't exist in a vacuum. Their behavior and emotions are influenced by a complex web of situational factors. The same person might act very differently in different contexts, and understanding these contextual influences is key to accurate empathy. This means recognizing how the immediate situation might be affecting someone's emotions and behavior. Are they under time pressure? Dealing with multiple stressors? In an unfamiliar environment? These situational factors can significantly impact how someone presents themselves and responds to others. It also means considering broader external factors that might be influencing them. Perhaps they're going through a major life transition, facing financial difficulties, or managing health challenges. These background conditions, often invisible in a specific interaction, can profoundly shape someone's emotional state and behavior. This contextual awareness helps you avoid jumping to conclusions based on limited information. Instead of making snap judgments about someone's character or intentions based on a single interaction, you can consider the broader picture and develop a more nuanced understanding of their behavior. Cultivating empathy requires deliberate practice and specific strategies. While some aspects of empathy might come more naturally to some people, everyone can enhance their empathic abilities through consistent effort and application of effective techniques. Active listening forms the foundation of empathic understanding. This involves focusing fully on the speaker with the goal of understanding their emotional message, not just their words. It means temporarily setting aside your own thoughts, judgments, and the urge to formulate your response while they're still speaking. When practicing active listening for empathy, pay attention not just to the content of what's being said, but to the feelings and needs underlying the words. What emotions are being expressed, either explicitly or implicitly? What needs or values seem important to this person? This deeper listening allows you to connect with what matters most to them. Developing genuine curiosity about others dramatically enhances empathy. Approach interactions with a sincere desire to learn about the other person, their experiences, perspectives, and feelings. This curiosity should be authentic, not performative. People can sense when your interest is genuine versus when you're just going through the motions. Ask open-ended questions that invite the other person to share more about their experiences and feelings. Questions that begin with what or how often elicit more revealing responses than yes-no questions. For example, What was that experience like for you? Or how did you feel when that happened? Creates space for deeper sharing. Engaging with diverse perspectives also strengthens your empathic muscles. Exposing yourself to viewpoints, experiences, and backgrounds different from your own expands your capacity to understand others. This might involve reading books or watching films that present different worldviews, or directly engaging with people from different backgrounds. This exposure challenges your own worldview and assumptions, making you more flexible and adaptable in understanding others. It helps you recognize that your perspective is just one of many valid ways of experiencing and interpreting the world, not the definitive right way. To translate these concepts into practice, consider implementing some structured exercises for developing empathy. A nonverbal cue observation challenge can sharpen your ability to read emotional signals. In various settings, meetings, social gatherings, even watching television with the sound off, focus solely on nonverbal cues and try to infer the emotional states they reveal. Log your observations, noting both the emotions you inferred and the specific cues that led to that inference. What posture, gestures, facial expressions, or other signals informed your interpretation. This deliberate practice gradually enhances your ability to accurately read nonverbal communication. A perspective-taking role-play exercise can develop your ability to see situations from others' viewpoints. Choose a recent interaction or disagreement, and first write down the situation from your perspective. Then actively try to write it from the other person's perspective, considering their potential thoughts, feelings, and motivations based on what you know about them and the context. This exercise stretches your perspective-taking abilities and often reveals blind spots in your initial understanding of the situation. It can provide insights into misunderstandings or conflicts by highlighting how differently the same situation might be perceived by different participants. An empathy mapping exercise provides a structured approach to understanding someone else's experience. Choose a specific person and situation, then create a map with 4 quadrants. What might they be thinking? What might they be feeling? What might they be saying? What might they be doing? Fill out each quadrant from their perspective as best you can. This mapping process forces you to consider multiple dimensions of their experience simultaneously, creating a more holistic understanding. It can be particularly valuable when preparing for important interactions or trying to resolve conflicts. As you develop greater empathy, you'll likely experience a profound shift in your social interactions. When you truly understand others, their thoughts, feelings, motivations, and perspectives, you can respond more appropriately and effectively. You can connect more deeply because you're engaging with their authentic experience rather than your assumptions about it. This understanding creates a foundation for all the social skills we'll explore in subsequent chapters. Without empathy, techniques for regulating emotions, communicating effectively, or resolving conflicts remain mechanical tools rather than organic capabilities. With empathy, these skills become natural extensions of your genuine connection with others, allowing for more authentic and effective social engagement. The journey to empathy isn't always easy. It requires vulnerability, openness to perspectives that might challenge your own, and willingness to connect with emotions that might be uncomfortable. But the rewards, deeper connections, more effective communication, and more satisfying relationships far outweigh the challenges. As we move forward to explore the crucial skill of mastering your own emotions in the next chapter, remember that understanding others and understanding yourself are deeply intertwined. The clearer your perception of others becomes, the more you'll discover about your own patterns and reactions. And as your self-awareness deepens, your capacity to truly understand others will expand in turn. What invisible currents of emotion might be flowing beneath the surface of your daily interactions, waiting to be perceived? What might change in your relationships if you could see beyond words to the unspoken needs and feelings that drive behavior? The answers to these questions lie in a dimension of human connection that most people never fully explore. A dimension where thoughts and feelings intertwine, where words and silence both speak volumes, and where the most powerful communication often happens without a single word being spoken. Chapter 3. Master Your Feelings. Have you ever said something in anger that you immediately regretted? Or perhaps you've withdrawn completely during an important conversation because anxiety overwhelmed you. Maybe you've experienced that sinking feeling when an emotional outburst damaged a relationship you valued or undermined your credibility in a professional setting. These moments, when emotions override reason, can feel like watching yourself from a distance, powerless to stop a train that's already left the station. In these instances, your emotions aren't serving you, they're controlling you. And in the realm of social interactions, few things can derail your effectiveness more completely than emotions gone rogue. But what if you could change this dynamic? What if, instead of being at the mercy of your emotional responses, you could maintain your equilibrium even in challenging situations? What if you could experience your emotions fully without being controlled by them? This capacity, this internal mastery, is what separates those who navigate social waters with grace from those who find themselves repeatedly capsized by emotional storms. The most socially adept individuals aren't those who feel less intensely than others. Rather, they've developed a particular kind of relationship with their emotions, one characterized by awareness, acceptance, and skillful management. They experience the full spectrum of human feelings, but they've learned to work with these feelings rather than against them or being overwhelmed by them. This relationship with emotions isn't about control in the sense of suppression or denial. It's about influence and guidance, steering the emotional current rather than damming it up or being swept away by it. It's about developing an internal leadership that allows you to experience emotions without being defined or limited by them. What exactly is this capacity that allows some people to remain composed under pressure, to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively, to bounce back quickly from setbacks? It's self-regulation, the ability to manage your internal state, including your thoughts, emotions, and impulses, especially in challenging situations. Self-regulation doesn't mean eliminating emotions or maintaining a robotic neutrality. Emotions provide vital information and energy. They connect us to others and give life its richness and meaning. The goal isn't to feel less, but to manage how you experience and express your feelings so they enhance rather than undermine your social effectiveness. This management involves influencing which emotions you have, when you have them, and how you experience and express them. It means being able to modulate the intensity of your feelings, shift from unhelpful emotional states to more constructive ones, and choose responses aligned with your values and goals rather than being driven by momentary impulses. Crucially, self-regulation builds upon self-awareness. You can't manage what you don't recognize. The self-awareness you developed in Chapter 1, the ability to identify your emotions, understand your triggers, and recognize your patterns, provides the essential foundation for self-regulation. Without this awareness, attempts at emotional management often fail because they're applied too late or to the wrong target. The benefits of developing this emotional mastery extend far beyond avoiding embarrassing outbursts. When you can regulate your emotions effectively, you gain the ability to respond thoughtfully instead of reacting impulsively. This thoughtful response allows you to choose actions aligned with your longer-term goals and values rather than being driven by momentary feelings. This capacity is particularly valuable in stressful social situations, public speaking, conflict conversations, high-stakes negotiations, or unfamiliar social environments. While others might become defensive, aggressive, or withdraw under pressure, your ability to maintain emotional equilibrium allows you to think clearly, communicate effectively, and make sound decisions even when tensions run high. Self-regulation also builds resilience, the ability to bounce back quickly from social setbacks or disappointments. Rather than ruminating on rejections or awkward moments, you can process these experiences, extract the learning, and move forward without being defined by temporary failures. This resilience keeps you engaged in the social world rather than retreating after difficult experiences. Perhaps most importantly, Emotional mastery helps you maintain composure and credibility. People trust and respect those who can stay steady under pressure. When you manage your emotions effectively, you signal to others that you're reliable, thoughtful, and in command of yourself, qualities that inspire confidence and trust in both personal and professional relationships. To develop greater self-regulation, you must first deepen your understanding of your emotional responses. We all have default reactions, habitual emotional patterns that emerge automatically in certain situations. For some, the default might be anger when feeling threatened. For others, it might be withdrawal when facing criticism, or anxiety when entering unfamiliar social settings. Becoming aware of these patterns is the first step toward changing them. What emotions tend to arise most frequently for you in social situations? Do you notice patterns in how you typically respond to specific triggers? These habitual responses often operate below conscious awareness until you deliberately shine the light of attention on them. Understanding the function behind these emotions provides another layer of insight. Emotions aren't random. They evolve to serve specific purposes. Anger mobilizes energy to overcome obstacles. Fear alerts you to potential threats. Sadness signals loss and the need for support. Shame regulates social behavior. By recognizing what your emotions are trying to tell you, you can extract the valuable information they offer without being controlled by their intensity. This understanding allows you to link specific triggers, identified through your self-awareness practice, to specific emotional responses. Perhaps you notice that feeling ignored in conversations triggers anger, or that receiving unexpected attention triggers anxiety. These connections between situations and emotional reactions form patterns that, once recognized, become much easier to manage. To truly master your emotions, it's helpful to understand what happens during an emotional hijacking, those moments when strong feelings override rational thought. This process has a neurological basis in the brain's rapid response system, centered in the amygdala, which can trigger emotional reactions before the thinking brain, prefrontal cortex, has time to evaluate the situation. This system evolved for survival, allowing immediate reactions to potential threats without the delay of conscious deliberation. But in modern social contexts, this hair-trigger response often creates problems rather than solving them. An email misinterpreted as criticism, a glance misread as judgment, or a comment perceived as dismissive can trigger the same emergency response system designed for life-threatening dangers. Learning to recognize the early warning signs that you're about to be emotionally hijacked gives you a crucial advantage. Physical sensations often provide the first clues: a tightening in your chest, a flush of heat in your face, a knot in your stomach, or shallow breathing. Thought patterns might also signal an impending hijacking: black and white thinking, jumping to conclusions, or catastrophizing. By catching these early signals, you create the opportunity to intervene before the emotional wave fully takes over. This is where the concept of creating space between stimulus and response becomes vital. As psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor Viktor Frankl noted, between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. This space, this pause, is the fulcrum of emotional self-regulation. It's the moment where you shift from automatic reaction to conscious response. But how exactly do you create this space when emotions are already beginning to surge? Several in-the-moment strategies can help you maintain or regain your equilibrium. The most fundamental of these strategies is the deliberate pause. When you notice emotions intensifying, simply stopping before speaking or acting creates vital space for your thinking brain to come back online. This might mean literally closing your mouth, taking a step back, or excusing yourself briefly from a heated situation. Even a few seconds can make the difference between an impulsive reaction you'll regret and a thoughtful response aligned with your values. This pause allows you to engage your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for planning, decision-making, and impulse control. While the emotional brain reacts instantly and automatically, the thinking brain needs a moment to activate. The pause provides that moment, shifting the balance from emotional reactivity to thoughtful response. Simple techniques can help you implement this pause effectively. Counting to 10 before responding is a time-honored strategy that works because it enforces a delay, allowing the initial emotional surge to begin subsiding. Physically taking a step back creates both literal and psychological distance from a triggering situation. Even silently naming the emotion you're experiencing, "I'm feeling angry right now," can create space by engaging the language centers of your brain. Deep breathing provides another powerful tool for in-the-moment regulation. When strong emotions arise, breathing typically becomes shallow and rapid, reinforcing the physiological stress response. By deliberately slowing and deepening your breath, you send a signal of safety to your nervous system, activating the parasympathetic branch that calms the stress response. This physiological shift has profound effects on your emotional state and cognitive function. Heart rate decreases, blood pressure normalizes, muscle tension releases, and the thinking brain comes back online. This allows you to respond from a place of balance rather than reactivity. Several specific breathing techniques have proven particularly effective. Box breathing involves inhaling for a count of 4, holding for 4, exhaling for 4, and holding for 4 before beginning again. This regulated pattern helps restore balance to the nervous system. Diaphragmatic breathing, breathing deeply into the abdomen rather than shallowly into the chest, activates the relaxation response and counteracts the physiological stress reaction. The beauty of breathing techniques is that they can be used discreetly in virtually any social setting. No one needs to know you're regulating your emotions as you take a few deeper breaths during a tense meeting or before responding to a provocative comment. With practice, these techniques become automatic tools you can deploy whenever needed. Mindfulness and grounding practices offer additional strategies for in-the-moment regulation. Mindfulness, the practice of bringing non-judgmental awareness to the present moment, helps you observe your emotions without being controlled by them. This creates a subtle but crucial shift from "I am angry" to "I notice anger arising," establishing a space between you and the emotion. Grounding techniques anchor you in the present moment through sensory awareness, counteracting the tendency to get lost in emotional reactions or racing thoughts. The 5-4-3-2-1 technique, for instance, involves noticing 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, and 1 thing you can taste. This deliberate attention to sensory experience pulls you out of emotional reactivity and into present moment awareness. Even simpler grounding practices can be effective. Feeling your feet firmly on the floor, noticing the sensation of your hands resting on your legs, or focusing on the physical points of contact between your body and the chair. These sensory anchors help maintain connection with the present reality rather than being swept away by emotional currents. These in-the-moment strategies are essential for navigating emotional challenges as they arise. But true emotional mastery also involves proactive approaches that reshape how you relate to potentially triggering situations before they occur. One of the most powerful of these approaches is cognitive reappraisal, changing how you interpret situations to alter their emotional impact. Reappraisal recognizes that emotions don't stem directly from events, but from our interpretations of those events. The same situation, say not being invited to a colleague's gathering, can trigger feelings of rejection. They don't like me. Relief. I wouldn't have enjoyed it anyway. Or neutrality. They probably assumed I was busy, depending on how you interpret it. By consciously choosing different interpretations, you can significantly change your emotional response. This doesn't mean adopting unrealistically positive thinking or denying legitimate concerns. Rather, it involves considering alternative explanations that might be equally or more plausible than your initial interpretation. Perhaps that colleague who didn't acknowledge you in the hallway was preoccupied with a personal problem, not deliberately snubbing you. Maybe the silence after your comment in the meeting reflected thoughtful consideration, not disapproval. Reframing challenges as opportunities represents another form of reappraisal. A difficult conversation becomes a chance to deepen understanding. A mistake becomes a valuable learning experience. Public speaking becomes an opportunity to share ideas you care about. These reframes don't deny the challenge, but shift the emphasis to the potential growth or value within it. With practice, reappraisal can significantly reduce the intensity of negative emotions by changing the meaning you assign to events. This doesn't happen instantly. It requires deliberate effort to notice your interpretations and consciously consider alternatives. But over time, this practice creates more flexible thinking patterns that automatically generate more balanced interpretations. Social anxiety represents a particular challenge that often benefits from targeted regulation strategies. Many people experience anxiety in social situations, from mild nervousness before meeting new people to intense fear before public speaking or social events. This anxiety typically involves both physical symptoms, racing heart, sweating, tension, and anxious thoughts about potential negative outcomes or judgments. Identifying these anxious thoughts and challenging their validity forms a crucial step in managing social anxiety. Common anxious thoughts include catastrophizing, "I'll completely freeze up and everyone will think I'm incompetent," mind reading, "They're all judging me," or overgeneralizing, "I always mess up in these situations." By questioning these thoughts, examining the evidence for and against them, considering more realistic probabilities, or identifying cognitive distortions, you can reduce their emotional impact. Shifting focus from self-consciousness to the other person or task provides another powerful strategy for managing social anxiety. When you're caught in anxiety, attention typically turns inward, hyper-focusing on your own discomfort and perceived inadequacies. By deliberately redirecting attention outward, focusing on the other person, the content of the conversation, or the task at hand, you reduce self-consciousness and often perform better as a result. Preparation and visualization can help reduce anticipatory anxiety before challenging social situations. Mental rehearsal, imagining yourself navigating the situation successfully while managing any anxiety that arises, creates a psychological blueprint that your brain can follow when the actual situation occurs. This doesn't eliminate anxiety, but builds confidence in your ability to handle it effectively. Beyond specific anxiety management techniques, developing broader distress tolerance represents a fundamental aspect of emotional regulation. Distress tolerance involves learning to accept and sit with uncomfortable emotions without immediately trying to escape or suppress them. This capacity allows you to function effectively even while experiencing difficult feelings. Many people instinctively try to avoid or eliminate uncomfortable emotions through distraction, denial, or various forms of numbing. While these strategies might provide temporary relief, they often create larger problems in the long run. Avoidance tends to strengthen anxiety, while suppression paradoxically intensifies emotions and impairs cognitive function. Building resilience through facing, rather than avoiding difficult feelings, creates a different relationship with emotional discomfort. By willingly experiencing anxiety, sadness, or frustration without being overwhelmed by them, you discover that you can handle these feelings. They're uncomfortable, but not dangerous. This discovery builds confidence in your emotional capacity and reduces the fear of difficult emotions. Understanding the temporary nature of emotions supports this process. Even intense feelings eventually subside if you don't feed them with rumination or avoidance. The phrase, "this too shall pass," captures an important truth about emotional states. They're transient experiences, not permanent conditions. This perspective helps you ride out emotional waves rather than being submerged by them. Throughout the journey of developing emotional regulation, self-compassion plays a vital role. Many people respond to emotional failures, moments of losing composure or reacting impulsively, with harsh self-criticism. This criticism typically intensifies negative emotions rather than supporting better regulation. Recognizing that emotional regulation is a skill that takes practice allows for a more constructive approach to setbacks. Like any complex ability, playing an instrument, learning a sport, mastering a language, emotional regulation develops through consistent practice and inevitably includes mistakes along the way. These mistakes aren't failures, but essential parts of the learning process. Avoiding harsh self-criticism after emotional slip-ups creates space for actual learning and growth. Instead of berating yourself for losing your temper or becoming overwhelmed by anxiety, you can approach the situation with curiosity. What triggered this reaction? What early warning signs did I miss? What might I try differently next time? This curious, compassionate approach yields far more useful insights than self-condemnation. Research consistently shows that self-compassion motivates improvement more effectively than self-punishment. While we often fear that being kind to ourselves will lead to complacency, studies find the opposite. Self-compassion correlates with greater personal responsibility, more accurate self-appraisal, and stronger motivation to address mistakes and shortcomings. By treating yourself with the same kindness you would offer a good friend, you create psychological safety that supports genuine growth. One significant barrier to developing emotional regulation involves the challenge of accurate self-assessment. Research on the Dunning-Kruger effect reveals a common cognitive bias. People with lower competence in a particular domain often overestimate their abilities because they lack the knowledge to recognize their limitations. Conversely, those with higher competence sometimes underestimate their abilities because they're more aware of the complexity involved. This pattern applies to emotional regulation as well. Those who struggle most with managing their emotions may be least aware of their difficulties, while those with stronger regulation skills might be more conscious of their occasional lapses. This creates a paradox where those who most need to improve their regulation may be least motivated to do so because they don't perceive a problem. Recognizing potential blind spots in your self-regulation skills requires humility and openness to feedback. Consider how others respond to you in emotionally charged situations. Do people seem to walk on eggshells around you? Do conversations often become unexpectedly tense? These patterns might indicate regulation challenges you haven't fully recognized. Seeking gentle feedback from trusted others can provide valuable insights about your emotional patterns. A simple question like, "How do I come across when I'm stressed or frustrated?" asked of someone who knows you well and has your best interests at heart, can reveal blind spots in your self-perception. This feedback, while sometimes uncomfortable to hear, offers a precious opportunity for growth. Committing to honest self-reflection, even when uncomfortable, forms another crucial element of overcoming assessment barriers. This might involve journaling about emotional reactions, reviewing difficult interactions to identify triggers and patterns, or simply sitting with the discomfort of recognizing areas where your regulation skills need development. This honest reflection, approached with self-compassion rather than judgment, creates the foundation for genuine improvement. To translate these concepts into practice, consider implementing structured exercises for developing emotional regulation. An emotional trigger response plan helps you prepare for challenging situations before they arise. Start by listing your key emotional triggers, the specific situations, interactions, or even thoughts that reliably provoke strong emotional responses. For each trigger, identify your typical reactive behavior, what you automatically do when this trigger occurs. Then, develop a specific plan for what regulation strategy you'll try next time this trigger arises. Will you pause and take 3 deep breaths? Will you excuse yourself briefly if possible? Will you practice a specific reappraisal? Having this plan prepared in advance dramatically increases the likelihood that you'll remember to use these strategies when emotions run high. Daily deep breathing practice builds the neural pathways that make regulation easier in challenging moments. Set aside 5 minutes daily to practice a chosen breathing technique: box breathing, diaphragmatic breathing, or simple counted breaths. The goal isn't just to learn the technique, but to make it automatic through repetition, so it's readily available when you need it most. Like any skill, emotional regulation becomes easier and more effective with consistent practice. A cognitive reappraisal log helps you develop more flexible thinking patterns that naturally generate balanced interpretations. When experiencing a negative emotion, Log the situation that triggered it, your initial interpretation of the situation, and the resulting feeling. Then, actively brainstorm alternative, more neutral, or positive interpretations that could explain the same situation. Note any shift in feeling that occurs as you consider these alternatives. Over time, this practice trains your mind to automatically generate multiple interpretations rather than locking onto the first, often negative explanation that arises. This cognitive flexibility creates emotional flexibility, allowing you to respond to situations based on their full complexity rather than a simplified negative interpretation. As you develop greater emotional regulation, you'll likely experience a profound shift in your social interactions. When you can manage your own emotions effectively, staying calm under pressure, responding thoughtfully to provocations, recovering quickly from setbacks, you create space for genuine connection and influence. You become someone others trust and respect because you demonstrate mastery of yourself. This mastery doesn't mean perfection. Even the most emotionally regulated individuals experience moments of being overwhelmed or reacting impulsively. The difference lies in how quickly they recognize these moments, how effectively they recover, and how consistently they learn from these experiences rather than being defined by them. The journey to emotional mastery isn't always easy. It requires vulnerability, honesty about your patterns, and willingness to experience discomfort rather than avoiding it. But the rewards, more authentic connections, greater resilience, enhanced influence, and deeper self-trust far outweigh the challenges. As we move forward to explore the crucial skill of communicating clearly in the next chapter, remember that your ability to express yourself effectively will always be limited by your capacity to manage your emotions. The most eloquent words lose their power when delivered from a place of unchecked emotion, and the most receptive listening becomes impossible when your own emotional reactions dominate your attention. What might become possible in your relationships if you could maintain your equilibrium even in challenging moments? What conversations might unfold differently if you could respond from clarity rather than reactivity? The answers to these questions lie in a dimension of self-mastery that most people never fully develop. A dimension where emotions serve as valuable information rather than controlling forces, where triggers become opportunities for growth rather than limitations, and where the space between stimulus and response becomes the foundation of true freedom and authentic connection. Chapter 4. Communicate clearly. Have you ever walked away from a conversation feeling completely misunderstood despite your best efforts to explain yourself? Or perhaps you've been utterly confused by someone's message, even though they seemed convinced they were being perfectly clear? Maybe you've witnessed the bizarre phenomenon where two people argue intensely, only to eventually discover they've been agreeing all along but expressing their points differently. These communication breakdowns happen with startling frequency in our daily interactions. They lead to unnecessary conflicts, missed opportunities, damaged relationships, and countless moments of frustration. Yet most people continue to approach communication haphazardly, assuming that if they understand their own message, others will naturally understand it too. What separates those rare individuals who consistently make themselves understood, who rarely experience these communication misfires? They possess something that appears almost magical, an ability to transmit their thoughts and feelings with remarkable precision, to be understood exactly as they intend, to connect deeply through their words and presence. This ability isn't about eloquence or verbal sophistication. It's about something far more fundamental. The most effective communicators have mastered a particular approach to exchanging information and ideas. They understand that true communication isn't simply about broadcasting their message, but about creating shared meaning between themselves and their listeners. They recognize that communication is less like throwing a ball where you simply toss your message to another person, and more like dancing, a coordinated, responsive activity requiring attention to your partner's movements. This approach to communication isn't just nice to have, it's essential for meaningful connection. Without it, our interactions remain superficial, our relationships fragile, our influence limited. With it, we can build understanding instantly, resolve misunderstandings effectively, express ourselves authentically, and forge connections that deepen over time. What exactly is this approach that transforms ordinary exchanges into moments of genuine connection? It's clear communication, the ability to express your thoughts, feelings, and needs in a way that maximizes the likelihood of being understood as you intend, while simultaneously understanding others accurately. But clear communication encompasses far more than most people realize. True communication clarity isn't just about articulating your thoughts precisely, though that's certainly part of it. It's about creating a two-way process where messages are both sent and received accurately. It involves verbal expression, yes, but also the critical nonverbal elements that often carry even more meaning than words alone. It requires not just speaking clearly, but listening deeply, and it demands congruence, alignment between what you're saying and how you're saying it. This two-way process aims at a specific goal: shared understanding and connection. Effective communication isn't just about transferring information, it's about creating a bridge between minds, establishing common ground, and fostering genuine connection. When communication succeeds at this deeper level, both parties walk away feeling understood and valued, regardless of whether they ultimately agree on everything. The quality of this communication directly impacts the quality of your relationships. Clear, respectful communication builds trust and intimacy. Confused, disrespectful communication erodes connection and creates distance. This link between communication clarity and relationship quality means that improving your communication skills doesn't just help you get your point across. It fundamentally enhances your capacity for meaningful connection. To develop this clarity, it's helpful to understand common communication pitfalls that create misunderstandings. One of the most prevalent is ambiguity, using vague language that can be interpreted in multiple ways. When you say, "Let's meet later," without specifying a time, or "that project needs improvement," without clarifying what aspects need work, you create space for misinterpretation and confusion. Assumptions represent another major pitfall. We often assume others have the same background knowledge, priorities, or interpretations that we do. These assumptions lead us to omit crucial information or context that the other person needs to understand our message accurately. Recognizing that others don't share your internal frame of reference is essential for clear communication. Poor listening creates perhaps the most pervasive communication problems. When we're formulating our response while the other person is still speaking, checking our phones during conversation, or filtering what we hear through our preconceptions, we miss crucial information and signals. This partial attention leads to misunderstandings that could have been easily avoided through more attentive listening. Disrespectful expression, using accusatory language, speaking with contempt, or dismissing others' perspectives almost inevitably generates conflict rather than understanding. Even valid points get lost when delivered in ways that trigger defensiveness. Learning to express yourself respectfully, even during disagreements, dramatically improves the likelihood of being heard and understood. Ineffective articulation of ideas or feelings represents another common pitfall. When you can't find the right words to express your thoughts, or when emotions cloud your ability to communicate clearly, important messages get lost. Developing the capacity to articulate your inner experience, especially during emotionally charged situations, prevents countless misunderstandings. To avoid these pitfalls and communicate with greater clarity, start by thinking before you speak. This doesn't mean planning every word meticulously. Spontaneity has its place in authentic communication. But taking even a brief moment to organize your thoughts before expressing them can dramatically improve clarity and impact. This organization involves considering what your main point is, what supporting information is needed, and what order will make most sense to your listener. It means choosing words carefully to convey your intended meaning as precisely as possible, avoiding jargon or unnecessarily complex language when simpler terms would communicate more effectively. Perhaps most importantly, Thinking before you speak means considering your listener's perspective and potential interpretation. How might they understand what you're about to say, given their background, knowledge, and current state? What potential misunderstandings might arise? What additional context or clarification might they need? This perspective taking helps you tailor your message for maximum clarity. When you do speak, aim for clarity and confidence in your delivery. Use appropriate volume so you can be heard without straining or intimidating. Maintain a pace that allows for comprehension, neither rushing through important points nor dragging so slowly that attention wanders. This pace often needs adjustment based on the complexity of your message and your listener's familiarity with the topic. Many people unconsciously speed up when anxious, making their message harder to follow precisely when clarity matters most. Being aware of this tendency allows you to deliberately slow down during important communications, especially if you're feeling nervous. This measured pace not only improves comprehension, but often conveys greater confidence and authority. Articulating words clearly, without mumbling or running them together, ensures your message isn't lost due to simple auditory confusion. This clarity becomes especially important in noisy environments when speaking to people who may have hearing difficulties or when communicating across language differences. Enunciating clearly shows respect for your listener by making your message accessible. Using I statements represents a particularly powerful technique for expressing feelings and needs without triggering defensiveness. Instead of saying, "You never listen to me," which often provokes denial or counterattack, saying, "I feel frustrated when I'm interrupted because I need to complete my thought," expresses the same concern in a way that's more likely to be heard. These I statements follow a simple structure. I feel emotion when specific situation because explanation of impact. This approach owns your feelings rather than blaming the other person, focuses on specific behaviors rather than character judgments, and explains the impact rather than assuming bad intentions. The result is communication that expresses your needs clearly while maintaining connection. Beyond the specific content of your message, the tone you choose significantly impacts how your communication is received. An assertive yet respectful tone, confident without being aggressive, clear without being demanding, creates the optimal conditions for being heard and understood. This tone communicates that you value both yourself and the other person. Avoiding accusatory language, sarcasm, or passive aggression prevents unnecessary defensiveness that blocks genuine understanding. Accusatory language, "you always," "you never," typically triggers justification rather than listening. Sarcasm often creates confusion about your true meaning and can feel disrespectful. Passive aggression, indirectly expressing negative feelings, creates a disconnect between your words and your underlying message that undermines clarity. Focusing on the issue rather than attacking the person represents another crucial aspect of respectful communication. When you say, "This report has several inaccuracies that need correction," rather than, "You're so careless with your work," you address the problem without demeaning the person. This focus on behavior rather than character makes constructive conversation possible. While these verbal elements are essential, nonverbal communication often carries even more meaning than words alone. Research suggests that in face-to-face interactions, nonverbal cues, body language, facial expressions, eye contact, tone of voice, may account for more than half of the message received. Mastering this unspoken dialogue dramatically enhances your communication effectiveness. The first principle of effective nonverbal communication is congruence, ensuring your nonverbal cues align with your verbal message. When your words say, "I'm interested in your idea," but your posture, expression, and tone convey boredom or skepticism, the nonverbal message typically overrides the verbal one. This incongruence creates confusion at best and distrust at worst, as people instinctively sense the disconnect. This incongruence often happens unconsciously. You might genuinely believe you're being supportive while unknowingly sighing, checking the time, or adopting a skeptical expression. Developing awareness of your nonverbal signals and ensuring they match your intended message creates the clarity and authenticity that builds trust and credibility. Eye contact represents one of the most powerful nonverbal tools for connection. In many cultures, appropriate eye contact conveys interest, confidence, and honesty. It signals that you're fully present and engaged with the other person, rather than distracted or disinterested. During both speaking and listening, this visual connection creates a sense of shared attention that enhances understanding. Finding a comfortable balance with eye contact is important, avoiding both staring, which can feel intimidating or uncomfortable, and avoiding gaze entirely, which can seem disinterested or dishonest. In most Western contexts, a pattern of steady eye contact with occasional brief breaks feels natural and engaging. However, cultural variations in eye contact norms are significant and deserve respect and awareness. Posture and gestures communicate volumes about your attitude and emotional state. Open, approachable body language, uncrossed arms, facing the person directly, relaxed shoulders, signals receptivity and engagement. Closed-off postures, crossed arms, turned away, hunched shoulders, often communicate defensiveness, disinterest, or discomfort, regardless of your words. Using gestures naturally to emphasize points can enhance understanding and engagement, making your communication more dynamic and expressive. However, excessive or distracting gestures can pull attention away from your message. The key is allowing natural expressiveness while maintaining focus on your core communication. Your tone of voice, what musicians might call the timbre or color of your speech, adds emotional texture to your words. The same sentence can convey entirely different meanings depending on tone. That's interesting can express genuine fascination, skeptical dismissal, or sarcastic disbelief based solely on how it's said. This vocal quality has been called the music behind the words because it carries the emotional melody of your message. Modulating your tone to appropriately convey warmth, enthusiasm, or seriousness enhances the impact and clarity of your communication. A warm tone builds connection during personal conversations. An enthusiastic tone engages interest when sharing ideas. A serious tone conveys the importance of critical information. This modulation isn't about being fake, but about ensuring your tone serves your communicative purpose. Being mindful of how your emotional state affects your vocal tone helps prevent unintended messages. Stress often creates tension in the voice that can sound angry or impatient. Anxiety might produce a shaky or unusually high-pitched tone that undermines your confidence. Awareness of these effects allows you to adjust your tone to better align with your intended message, especially in emotionally charged situations. While expressing yourself clearly is half of effective communication, the other half, often neglected but equally crucial, is active listening. True communication is a dance of speaking and listening, with each role being essential to the creation of shared understanding. Without effective listening, even the clearest expression falls into a void of misunderstanding. Active listening goes far beyond simply hearing words. It involves fully concentrating on what the speaker is saying, understanding their message, both verbal and nonverbal, responding thoughtfully, and remembering the information shared. This comprehensive engagement creates the conditions for genuine understanding. Giving the speaker your undivided attention forms the foundation of active listening. This means minimizing both external distractions, putting away phones, turning from computers, and internal distractions, the mental chatter of planning your response or making judgments. This focused attention communicates respect and creates space for deeper understanding. Showing engagement through verbal and nonverbal cues encourages the speaker and confirms your attention. Nodding, maintaining appropriate eye contact, and offering brief verbal acknowledgments, I see, go on, signal that you're present and following their message. These engagement signals often determine whether someone feels heard, regardless of how carefully you're actually listening. Several specific techniques enhance active listening effectiveness. Paraphrasing, restating the speaker's message in your own words, serves multiple purposes. It checks your understanding. So what you're saying is, shows you're listening, and gives the speaker an opportunity to clarify if you've misunderstood. This simple technique prevents countless misunderstandings. Asking clarifying questions demonstrates engagement while gathering additional information to ensure accurate understanding. Questions like, "Could you explain what you mean by?" or "Can you tell me more about?" invite elaboration on points that might otherwise remain ambiguous. These questions show interest while preventing the assumptions that often lead to miscommunication. Summarizing occasionally during longer conversations helps ensure alignment and understanding. By briefly summing up the main points you've heard, you create opportunities to correct misunderstandings before they compound. This technique is particularly valuable in complex or emotionally charged discussions where clarity is essential. Listening for feelings, paying attention to the emotions behind the words, connects back to the empathy skills discussed in Chapter 2. Often, the emotional content of a message carries more significance than the literal words. By tuning into tone, facial expressions, and emotional language, you can grasp what truly matters to the speaker, even when they struggle to articulate it directly. Beyond these specific techniques, building rapport through communication creates the foundation for ongoing understanding and connection. Rapport, a relationship of mutual trust and affinity, makes all communication easier and more effective. When rapport exists, minor miscommunications are less likely to cause problems, and major ones are more easily resolved. One fascinating technique for building rapport is mirroring, subtly and naturally matching aspects of the other person's body language, tone, or conversational pace. This mirroring happens naturally in conversations between people who feel connected, and deliberately but subtly adopting this practice can help establish that connection. This might involve adopting a similar posture, matching the general energy level of their speech, using similar gestures, or speaking at a comparable pace. The key is subtlety and naturalness. Obvious or exaggerated mirroring feels manipulative rather than connecting. When done appropriately, this mirroring creates unconscious feelings of similarity and understanding. Neuroscience research using techniques like speaker-listener neural coupling provides fascinating insight into why mirroring works. These studies show that during successful communication, the brain activity of listeners begins to mirror the brain activity of speakers, with neural patterns synchronizing between individuals. This neural coupling correlates with better comprehension and connection, suggesting a biological basis for communicative understanding. Finding common ground represents another powerful rapport-building approach. Actively looking for shared interests, experiences, or perspectives creates bridges between people, establishing points of connection that facilitate further communication. These commonalities might be discovered through curious questions, attentive listening, or thoughtful sharing of your own experiences. Using communication to highlight these similarities without forcing or fabricating connections builds a foundation of shared understanding. Simple acknowledgments like, "I've had a similar experience," or "I understand that perspective," create connection while respecting differences that may also exist. This balance of recognizing both similarities and differences creates authentic rapport. To translate these concepts into practice, consider implementing structured exercises for developing communication clarity. An active listening partner, practice provides direct experience with focused listening techniques. Pair up with someone and take turns speaking for 3 to 5 minutes on any topic of interest. When in the listening role, practice only active listening techniques, no offering opinions, advice, or sharing your own experiences. As the listener, challenge yourself to paraphrase what you hear. Ask clarifying questions that deepen understanding and summarize the main points at the end. Then swap roles so both people experience both speaking and listening. Afterward, debrief the experience. How did it feel to be fully listened to? What was challenging about listening without inserting your own perspective? What insights emerged from this focused exchange? A nonverbal communication self-audit helps develop awareness of your unspoken messages. For one day, pay close attention to your own nonverbal cues during interactions. Notice your posture, eye contact patterns, gestures, and vocal tone in different situations and with different people. After each significant interaction, ask yourself, Were my nonverbal signals congruent with my verbal message? Did my body language convey openness and engagement or defensiveness and distance? This audit often reveals patterns you weren't previously aware of, perhaps a tendency to cross your arms when feeling uncertain, look away when discussing certain topics, or speak with a sharp tone when tired. This awareness is the first step toward ensuring your nonverbal communication aligns with your intentions. I statement practice helps develop the habit of expressing feelings and needs without triggering defensiveness. Think of recent situations where you felt frustrated or misunderstood. Write down how you expressed yourself or would have expressed yourself in those situations, noting any blaming language. You always, you never, you don't care. Then rewrite these statements using the I feel emotion when specific situation because explanation of impact format. For example, you never listen to me becomes I feel frustrated when I'm interrupted because I need to complete my thought to feel understood. This practice builds the skill of assertive, non-blaming communication that expresses needs clearly while maintaining connection. As you develop greater communication clarity, you'll likely experience a profound shift in your interactions. When you express yourself precisely and listen attentively, when your words, tone, and body language align to create a congruent message, you create the conditions for genuine understanding. Misunderstandings become less frequent, conflicts are resolved more easily, and connections deepen through the power of truly being heard and understood. This clarity doesn't guarantee agreement on all issues. People can understand each other perfectly and still hold different opinions or want different outcomes. But clear communication ensures that these differences are based on genuine disagreement rather than misunderstanding, creating the possibility for respectful dialogue even across significant differences. The journey to communication clarity isn't always easy. It requires vulnerability to express yourself authentically, patience to listen fully before responding, and humility to check understanding rather than assuming it. But the rewards, deeper connections, fewer conflicts, and the profound satisfaction of truly being understood far outweigh the challenges. As we move forward to explore the broader landscape of social navigation in the next chapter, remember that clear communication forms the vehicle through which all social interaction occurs. Without this vehicle, even the most insightful understanding of social dynamics remains theoretical rather than practical. With it, you gain the ability to move through social situations with confidence and authenticity, expressing yourself clearly while truly hearing others. What might become possible in your relationships if misunderstandings became the exception rather than the rule? What conversations might unfold differently if you could express your thoughts and feelings with precision while truly understanding others' perspectives? The answers lie in a dimension of human connection that remains invisible to most, a dimension where words and silence dance together in perfect rhythm, where understanding flows in both directions, and where the space between two people becomes a bridge rather than a barrier. Chapter 5. Navigating Social Situations. Have you ever watched someone who seems to float effortlessly through social gatherings? The person who mingles comfortably with strangers, joins group conversations with perfect timing, and leaves everyone feeling better after interacting with them. They make it look so natural that you might assume they were simply born with this ability, that some people are inherently good with people, while others are destined to feel awkward and out of place. This assumption couldn't be further from the truth. What appears as natural social grace is actually a sophisticated set of learned behaviors that anyone can develop with understanding and practice. The seemingly magical ability to navigate diverse social situations with confidence isn't magic at all, but rather a collection of specific skills that work together to create an impression of effortless social competence. These skills aren't about manipulating others or performing an inauthentic role. They're about removing the barriers that prevent genuine connection. When you develop these capabilities, you're not becoming someone else. You're becoming a more effective version of yourself, able to express your authentic personality without the interference of anxiety, confusion, or miscommunication. The most socially adept individuals have mastered a particular approach to social interactions, one that allows them to enter, navigate, and exit social situations with confidence and ease. They've developed a kind of social map that helps them understand the terrain of human interaction, along with the tools to traverse that terrain successfully. This approach isn't about memorizing lines or following rigid rules, but about understanding the underlying principles that govern social dynamics. This social navigation skill isn't just nice to have, it's essential for building a fulfilling life. Without it, we miss countless opportunities for connection, collaboration, and growth. With it, we can build supportive networks, advance professionally, find romantic partners, and experience the deep satisfaction that comes from meaningful human connection. What exactly is this approach that transforms awkward encounters into enjoyable interactions? It's social fluency, the ability to navigate various social situations with confidence, authenticity, and adaptability. But social fluency encompasses far more than most people realize. True social fluency isn't just about knowing what to say, though that's certainly part of it. It's about developing a comprehensive set of skills that work together to create smooth, positive interactions. These skills include initiating conversations comfortably, maintaining engaging exchanges, reading social cues accurately, building genuine rapport, and handling awkward moments with grace. This collection of skills might seem overwhelming at first, especially if social situations currently feel challenging for you. But here's the crucial insight that changes everything. Social skills are learned behaviors, not innate traits. Just as you weren't born knowing how to ride a bicycle or play a musical instrument, you weren't born knowing how to navigate complex social situations. These are skills that develop through understanding, practice, and refinement. This means that no matter where you're starting from, whether you consider yourself socially anxious, introverted, or simply wanting to enhance already decent social skills, you can significantly improve your ability to navigate social situations. The capacity for growth is available to everyone, regardless of personality type or natural tendencies. The foundation for developing these skills lies in emotional intelligence, the set of abilities we've been exploring throughout this book. Self-awareness helps you understand your impact on others, recognizing how your behavior shapes social dynamics. When you know your strengths, challenges, and typical patterns in social situations, you can make conscious choices rather than reacting automatically. Empathy, which we explored in Chapter 2, helps you read the room and understand others' needs and perspectives. This awareness allows you to adjust your approach based on the social context and the specific people involved. Rather than applying a one-size-fits-all approach to social interaction, you can tailor your communication to what will be most effective in each unique situation. Self-regulation, the focus of Chapter 3, helps you manage social anxiety and respond appropriately even in challenging situations. By staying calm and centered, you can think clearly rather than being overwhelmed by nervousness or other strong emotions. This regulation creates the mental space needed to implement social skills effectively. The communication skills we discussed in Chapter 4 provide the vehicle for social interaction, allowing you to express yourself clearly and listen attentively. Without these fundamental communication abilities, even the best social strategies fall flat. With them, you can ensure your intentions and messages are accurately received. Together, these emotional intelligence components create the foundation for effective social navigation. They provide the awareness, control, and connection necessary to implement more specific social skills successfully. Without this foundation, social techniques often feel mechanical or inauthentic. With it, they become natural extensions of your genuine self. One of the most challenging aspects of social interaction for many people is simply getting started, breaking the ice and initiating conversations, especially with new people. This initial hurdle often feels the highest, preventing many potentially rewarding connections before they even begin. Approach anxiety, the fear of initiating social contact, is extremely common. Understanding and addressing this anxiety is the first step toward more comfortable social initiation. This anxiety typically centers around fears of rejection or negative judgment. You might worry that the other person won't want to talk to you, will find you boring or awkward, or will reject your social overture in some way. These fears are natural, but often exaggerated. Research consistently shows that people tend to underestimate how positively others will respond to social initiation. We assume others will be less interested in talking to us than they actually are. This liking gap, the difference between how much we think others like us and how much they actually do, leads many people to hold back from social opportunities unnecessarily. Shifting focus from potential negative outcomes to potential positive connections can transform your approach to social initiation. Instead of dwelling on what might go wrong, consider what might go right. Perhaps you'll make an interesting new connection, learn something valuable, or simply enjoy a pleasant exchange. This shift in focus doesn't eliminate anxiety, but balances it with positive possibility. Starting small in low-stakes situations helps build confidence gradually. Practice initiating brief conversations in contexts where there's minimal pressure, with retail workers, people in line with you, or colleagues you see regularly but don't know well. These small interactions build your social initiation muscles in situations where the consequences of any awkwardness are minimal. Simple conversation starters make breaking the ice much easier. One of the most natural approaches is using situational openers, comments or questions about the shared environment, event, or experience. This venue is beautiful. Have you been here before? Or, that speaker made some interesting points about innovation. What did you think? These openers feel natural because they reference something you genuinely share with the other person. Asking open-ended questions, those requiring more than a simple yes or no answer, creates space for more engaging responses. What brings you to this event invites a more detailed answer than, are you enjoying the event? These questions demonstrate interest while creating opportunities for the other person to share something that might lead to further conversation. Offering a genuine compliment can also serve as an effective opener when it's specific and sincere. I noticed your presentation earlier. I thought your analysis of the market trends was really insightful, is more meaningful than a generic, nice presentation. The specificity shows you are paying attention and provides a natural starting point for further discussion. Making introductions gracefully, both introducing yourself and facilitating introductions between others, represents another key social skill. Introducing yourself clearly and confidently sets a positive tone for the interaction. A simple formula works in most situations: your name, a brief contextual detail if relevant, and perhaps a question or comment that opens the conversation. Remembering and using names after introductions demonstrates respect and attention. If you struggle with name recall, try techniques like repeating the person's name when you first meet. Nice to meet you, Michael, associating the name with something distinctive about the person, or using the name naturally in conversation soon after learning it. Introducing people to each other when appropriate facilitates broader connection and demonstrates social awareness. A thoughtful introduction includes both names and a brief piece of connecting information. Sarah, this is Michael from the marketing team. Michael, Sarah is the graphic designer I mentioned who did such amazing work on the Johnson project. This gives both parties a starting point for conversation. Once a conversation has begun, the next challenge is maintaining it, keeping the exchange flowing naturally without awkward lulls or forced topics. This maintenance requires both attentiveness to the other person and some strategic approaches to conversation flow. Finding topics of mutual interest creates the foundation for engaging conversation. Active listening, as discussed in Chapter 4, helps you pick up on cues about the other person's interests, values, and experiences. When someone mentions a hobby, job aspect, or opinion with particular energy or detail, this often signals an area of interest worth exploring further. Asking follow-up questions based on what the other person shares demonstrates engagement and keeps the conversation flowing naturally. These questions show you're listening attentively and interested in learning more. You mentioned you've been rock climbing for years. What drew you to that activity? Or, that's fascinating that you lived in Singapore. What was the biggest adjustment when you moved there? Sharing relevant information about yourself creates reciprocity and balance in the conversation. After someone shares something, offering related information about yourself builds connection through mutual disclosure. This sharing shouldn't hijack the conversation, but should contribute to the developing exchange. The key is relevance. Your contribution should connect logically to what's been discussed. Small talk, often maligned as superficial, actually serves important social purposes. Understanding these purposes helps you engage in small talk more effectively and with less resistance. Small talk builds comfort and rapport before deeper topics emerge. It establishes a rhythm of exchange and tests basic compatibility before more significant disclosure occurs. Effective small talk stays light, positive, and appropriate for the context. Topics like shared experiences, general interests, current events, non-controversial, or observations about the immediate environment typically work well. The specific content matters less than the process of establishing a comfortable back-and-forth exchange. Transitioning smoothly from small talk to deeper topics, when appropriate, allows for more meaningful connection. These transitions often happen naturally as trust builds, but you can facilitate them by asking thoughtful questions that invite more substantial sharing. What do you find most fulfilling about your work? Or, what's been keeping you busy outside of work lately? Knowing how to exit conversations politely is just as important as starting them. Recognizing cues that a conversation is naturally winding down, shorter responses, increased glancing around, or shifts in body position, helps you conclude the exchange at an appropriate moment rather than letting it fade awkwardly. Using polite exit lines provides a graceful conclusion. Phrases like, "It was great talking with you about your photography projects. I should circulate a bit more, but I'd love to continue this conversation another time," acknowledge the value of the exchange while clearly signaling its conclusion. Having a legitimate reason to move on, getting a drink, greeting someone, etc., makes the transition smoother. Expressing appreciation for the conversation leaves a positive final impression. A simple, "I really enjoyed hearing about your travel experiences," or "Thanks for sharing your insights on the project," affirms the value of the interaction and ends on a warm note. This appreciation increases the likelihood of positive future interactions. Beyond these specific conversation skills, developing broader social awareness allows you to navigate diverse social contexts effectively. This awareness involves reading the room, understanding the unspoken norms, expectations, and dynamics operating in different social environments. Paying attention to the overall atmosphere and dynamics of a group provides crucial information for appropriate participation. Is the gathering formal or casual? Is the energy level high and animated or more subdued and serious? Are people engaged in one collective conversation or broken into smaller discussion groups? These observations help you adjust your approach to match the existing dynamic. Observing how others are interacting reveals the unwritten rules of the particular social context. Notice the formality level of language, the typical duration people speak before others join in, the volume of conversation, and the physical spacing between people. These patterns vary significantly across different settings and cultural contexts. Understanding that unspoken rules and expectations differ across social context helps you adapt appropriately. A work meeting, a casual party, a formal ceremony, and a close friend gathering all operate by different social norms. Recognizing and respecting these differences prevents the awkwardness of misaligned behavior, being too formal in casual settings or too casual in formal ones. Joining existing groups or conversations requires particular sensitivity to avoid disrupting the established flow. Observing the group first to understand the topic and conversational pattern helps you join seamlessly rather than jarringly. This brief observation period, even just a minute or two, provides valuable information about the conversation's content and tone. Looking for a natural pause or opening before joining shows respect for the existing interaction. Rather than interrupting mid-sentence or mid-story, wait for a moment when the current exchange seems to be concluding. This timing makes your entry feel like a natural extension rather than an interruption. Making a relevant comment or asking a related question based on what you've observed provides a smooth entry point. I couldn't help overhearing you discussing the new downtown development. I'm curious what you think about the impact on local businesses. This approach shows you're adding to the existing conversation rather than hijacking it with an unrelated topic. Beyond these navigation skills, building genuine rapport and connection represents the heart of rewarding social interaction. While the previous skills help you move through social situations comfortably, these connection-building approaches create meaningful engagement rather than merely pleasant exchange. Showing genuine interest in others forms the foundation of authentic connection. This interest can't be faked effectively. People instinctively sense when curiosity is performative rather than genuine. Cultivating real curiosity about others' experiences, perspectives, and insights creates the conditions for meaningful exchange. Asking thoughtful questions and listening intently to the answers demonstrates this genuine interest. These questions go beyond surface-level inquiries to explore what matters to the other person. What aspects of your work do you find most meaningful? Or, how did that experience change your perspective? The quality of your attention when receiving their answer, focused, responsive, engaged, often matters more than the specific question asked. Remembering details shared by the other person in previous conversations demonstrates that you value them and their disclosures. Following up on something they mentioned earlier, how did your presentation go last week? Or, did you end up trying that new approach you were considering? Shows you were truly listening and care about their ongoing experience. Finding common ground creates bridges between people, establishing points of connection that facilitate deeper understanding. As conversation unfolds, you might discover shared interests, experiences, values, or perspectives. Highlighting these commonalities, I'm also fascinated by architectural design, or I had a similar experience when I changed careers, acknowledges these connection points without forcing or fabricating similarities. Using this common ground as a foundation for further connection allows the relationship to develop naturally. These shared elements provide fertile soil for deeper exchange, creating a sense of mutual understanding that supports more meaningful conversation. The connection feels organic rather than contrived because it's built on authentic commonality. Using humor appropriately can significantly enhance social connection. Humor eases tension, creates shared positive experiences, and reveals personality in ways that more serious conversation sometimes doesn't. Understanding the role of humor in building connection helps you use it effectively rather than awkwardly. Being mindful of context and audience ensures your humor enhances rather than detracts from connection. What's hilarious in one setting might be inappropriate in another. Humor that works with close friends might fall flat or even offend in professional contexts or with new acquaintances. Sensitivity to these differences prevents uncomfortable moments. Being able to laugh at yourself, using light self-deprecating humor occasionally, demonstrates confidence and approachability. This doesn't mean putting yourself down harshly, but rather showing you don't take yourself too seriously. I'm terrible with directions. I once got lost in my own office building. This type of humor often helps others feel more comfortable and creates a sense of authentic sharing. Even with all these skills, social interactions inevitably include moments of awkwardness. Handling these moments gracefully, rather than being derailed by them, distinguishes socially fluent individuals from those who remain perpetually uncomfortable in social settings. Navigating lulls in conversation represents a common challenge. These momentary silences often feel more uncomfortable than they actually are. Having a few backup open-ended questions ready helps you bridge these gaps smoothly. What projects are you working on currently? Or, have you traveled anywhere interesting recently? These questions can restart conversation naturally when it lags. Tolerating brief silences without feeling excessive pressure also helps navigate these moments. Not every second needs to be filled with speech. Brief pauses allow for reflection, processing, and natural rhythm in conversation. Becoming comfortable with these short silences prevents the anxious rush to fill every moment that often leads to forced or awkward comments. Recovering from minor faux pas, those small social missteps we all make occasionally, requires a light touch. Acknowledging mistakes briefly and sincerely if necessary. "Oops, I completely misunderstood what you meant," shows self-awareness without making the moment more awkward through excessive apology or explanation. Not dwelling on minor awkwardness allows the interaction to move forward naturally. Most small social errors are quickly forgotten if you don't draw excessive attention to them. Continuing the conversation normally after a brief acknowledgement often works better than extended apologies or explanations that magnify the awkward moment. Using light, self-deprecating humor can sometimes diffuse awkward moments effectively. "Well, that's my quota of foot-and-mouth moments for today." This approach acknowledges the misstep while demonstrating you're not taking yourself too seriously, often allowing everyone to move past the moment comfortably. To translate these concepts into practice, consider implementing structured exercises for developing social fluency. A conversation initiation challenge helps overcome approach anxiety through gradual exposure. Challenge yourself to initiate one brief conversation with someone new each day for a week, perhaps a cashier, person in line with you, or colleague from another department you don't know well. Use a simple situational opener or open-ended question for these brief exchanges. The goal isn't lengthy conversation, but simply practicing the initiation itself. After each interaction, note how it felt. Was it easier or harder than expected? How did the other person respond? What might you try differently next time? This reflection accelerates learning from each experience. An open-ended question preparation exercise builds your conversational toolkit. Brainstorm and write down 5 to 10 versatile, open-ended questions you can use to start or maintain conversations in various contexts. Examples might include, what are you most excited about this week? How did you get interested in your field of work? What's been keeping you busy lately? Having these questions readily available reduces the mental burden during actual social interactions. A social observation exercise develops your ability to read social dynamics accurately. Next time you're in a group setting, a meeting, party, or other gathering, spend 5 to 10 minutes consciously observing the social patterns without immediately participating. Notice who is talking to whom, the general energy level of different conversations, what nonverbal cues stand out, and what social norms seem to be operating in this particular context. This observation period provides valuable information about how to engage effectively with this specific group. Who seems most approachable? What conversation style predominates? What topics appear to generate engagement? These insights allow you to join the social environment in ways that align with its existing patterns. As you develop greater social fluency, you'll likely experience a profound shift in how you experience social situations. What once felt anxiety-provoking or confusing gradually becomes more comfortable and enjoyable. You'll find yourself able to connect more authentically because your attention shifts from anxious self-monitoring to genuine engagement with others. This development doesn't mean becoming someone you're not. Introverts don't need to become extroverts to navigate social situations successfully. Rather, social fluency allows your authentic self to be expressed more effectively without the interference of anxiety, confusion, or miscommunication. You become more fully yourself in social contexts, not a performance of someone else. The journey to social fluency isn't always easy. It requires stepping outside your comfort zone, risking occasional awkwardness, and persisting through the learning process. But the rewards, meaningful connections, expanded opportunities, and the simple pleasure of comfortable social interaction far outweigh the temporary discomfort of growth. As we move forward to explore the vital skill of standing up for yourself in the next chapter, remember that navigating social situations successfully creates the context for all other interpersonal skills. Without this foundational ability to move comfortably through social environments, even the most important self-advocacy remains unexpressed. With it, you gain the platform to ensure your voice is heard and your needs are met. What might become possible in your life if social situations felt like opportunities rather than obstacles? What connections might develop if you could navigate diverse social contexts with confidence and ease? The answers lie in a dimension of human interaction that remains challenging for many, a dimension where social fluency transforms awkward exchanges into meaningful connections, where anxiety gives way to authentic engagement, and where the complex dance of human interaction becomes not just manageable, but genuinely enjoyable. Chapter 6. Stand up for yourself. Have you ever found yourself agreeing to something you didn't want to do, then silently seething with resentment afterward? Or perhaps you've remained quiet when someone repeatedly interrupted you, only to feel invisible and undervalued. Maybe you've exploded in frustration after enduring weeks of boundary violations, damaging a relationship you actually valued. These moments, when we fail to advocate for ourselves effectively, can leave lasting impressions. They accumulate over time, eroding our self-respect, diminishing our energy, and distorting our relationships. In their wake, we often feel a peculiar mix of emotions: frustration with others for taking advantage, but even deeper disappointment with ourselves for allowing it to happen. What separates those rare individuals who seem immune to these situations? The people who somehow manage to decline unwanted requests without creating offense, who express their opinions even when they're unpopular, who establish clear expectations about how they'll be treated, and are respected for doing so. They possess something that appears almost magical: an ability to honor their own needs and boundaries while maintaining positive relationships. This ability isn't about being demanding or difficult. It's not about winning every argument or getting your way all the time. It's about something far more fundamental and powerful: a capacity that forms the foundation of healthy relationships and personal well-being. This capacity can't be faked or performed. It must be genuinely developed and authentically expressed. The most socially effective people have mastered a particular approach to self-advocacy, one that allows them to express their needs, opinions, and boundaries clearly while maintaining respect for others. They've developed a voice that is neither silent nor harsh, but clear, confident, and considerate. This approach isn't about dominating others, but about ensuring equal participation in relationships. This self-advocacy skill isn't just nice to have, it's essential for psychological health and relationship satisfaction. Without it, we become doormats or ticking time bombs, either silently absorbing mistreatment or eventually exploding in disproportionate anger. With it, we can build relationships based on mutual respect, prevent unnecessary resentment, and ensure our legitimate needs are met. What exactly is this approach that transforms potentially confrontational moments into opportunities for greater understanding and respect? It's assertiveness, the ability to stand up for yourself and express your needs, opinions, and feelings clearly and respectfully without violating the rights of others. But assertiveness encompasses far more than most people realize. True assertiveness occupies the healthy middle ground between two problematic extremes: passivity and aggression. Passive communication involves not expressing your needs or expressing them so apologetically that they're easily dismissed. This approach prioritizes others' needs while neglecting your own, often leading to resentment and eventual relationship breakdown. Aggressive communication, on the other hand, involves expressing your needs in ways that disregard or disrespect others. This might include yelling, threatening, belittling, or manipulating to get your way. While this approach might achieve short-term goals, it damages relationships and ultimately undermines your influence and well-being. Assertiveness charts a different course, expressing yourself honestly and respectfully, valuing both your needs and the needs of others. It recognizes that relationships thrive on mutual respect, not one-sided accommodation or domination. This balanced approach creates the conditions for authentic connection and sustainable relationship satisfaction. The benefits of developing assertiveness extend far beyond avoiding occasional discomfort. When you communicate assertively, you prevent resentment from building up due to unmet needs. Rather than silently accumulating grievances until they explode, you address issues directly as they arise, maintaining relationship health through ongoing, honest communication. Assertiveness also builds self-respect and confidence. Each time you honor your own needs and boundaries, you send yourself a powerful message: my needs matter. I am worthy of respect. This internal validation creates a positive cycle where increased self-respect leads to more assertive behavior, which further enhances self-respect. Perhaps most importantly, assertiveness fosters more honest and balanced relationships. When you communicate assertively, you create space for authentic exchange rather than performance or pretense. Others know where you stand and what you need, eliminating the guesswork and mind reading that plague many relationships. This clarity creates the foundation for genuine connection based on truth rather than accommodation. Assertiveness also reduces stress by addressing issues directly rather than avoiding them. Conflict avoidance might seem less stressful in the moment, but the accumulated tension of unaddressed problems creates far greater long-term stress. Assertive communication resolves issues before they grow into major conflicts, maintaining a healthier psychological environment for everyone involved. To develop greater assertiveness, you must first understand your fundamental rights in interactions. Many people struggle with assertiveness because they don't fully recognize or believe in these basic interpersonal rights. Acknowledging these rights provides the foundation for assertive communication. You have the right to be treated with respect. This doesn't mean everyone must agree with you or accommodate your every preference, but it does mean your dignity as a person deserves recognition. Disrespectful treatment, being belittled, dismissed, or devalued, violates this fundamental right and warrants an assertive response. You have the right to express your feelings, opinions, and needs. Your perspective and experience are valid and deserve expression, even when they differ from others' views or might create temporary discomfort. This doesn't mean others must agree with your perspective, but they should respect your right to express it. You have the right to say no without guilt. Your time, energy, and resources belong to you, and you get to decide how to allocate them. Declining requests that don't align with your values, capacity, or priorities isn't selfish. It's responsible stewardship of your limited resources. You have the right to make mistakes. Perfection isn't the price of admission to human interaction. When you make errors, as everyone inevitably does, you deserve to be treated with understanding rather than condemnation. This right doesn't eliminate accountability, but ensures it comes with compassion. You have the right to change your mind. New information, evolving circumstances, or deeper reflection might lead you to revise your position or decision. This flexibility represents growth and wisdom, not weakness or unreliability. While changes that affect others should be communicated thoughtfully, the right to reconsider remains fundamental. Understanding these rights helps you recognize when assertiveness is warranted. When these rights are violated or at risk, assertive communication becomes not just an option, but a necessity for maintaining healthy relationships and self-respect. Alongside understanding your rights, tuning into your own needs forms another crucial foundation for assertiveness. Many people struggle to identify their needs clearly, having spent years focusing primarily on others' expectations and requirements. This lack of self-awareness makes assertiveness nearly impossible. You can't advocate for needs you haven't recognized. Start by acknowledging your emotional, physical, and mental needs in social contexts. Emotional needs might include feeling respected, heard, or appreciated. Physical needs might involve personal space, rest, or comfort. Mental needs might include intellectual stimulation, clarity, or time for reflection. These needs aren't luxuries, but requirements for your well-being and effective functioning. Understanding that your needs are valid and important represents a crucial shift for many people. If you've been conditioned to believe your needs should always come last or don't matter compared to others, this recognition might feel uncomfortable initially. But acknowledging the legitimacy of your needs doesn't make you selfish. It makes you honest about the reality of human requirements. The self-awareness we explored in Chapter 1 becomes particularly valuable here, helping you link unmet needs to feelings of frustration or resentment. When you notice these negative emotions arising in relationships, they often signal a boundary violation or unmet need that requires assertive communication. These feelings serve as important data, alerting you to situations that warrant self-advocacy. One of the most challenging aspects of assertiveness for many people is saying no effectively. This simple word often creates disproportionate anxiety, leading people to agree to things they don't want or don't have capacity for, creating resentment and eventual relationship damage. Understanding why saying no is difficult helps address the underlying fears. Many people worry about disappointing others, creating conflict, or experiencing guilt. These fears are understandable, but often exaggerated. Most reasonable people can handle a respectful decline without major disappointment, and the temporary discomfort of saying no pales compared to the lasting resentment of reluctant agreement. Recognizing the consequences of saying yes when you mean no provides motivation for developing this skill. When you agree to things that exceed your capacity or violate your values, you set yourself up for burnout and resentment. This eventual negative outcome harms the relationship far more than a clear, respectful no would have initially. Perhaps most powerfully, understanding that saying no to one thing allows you to say yes to your priorities reframes refusal as a positive choice rather than a negative rejection. Every agreement allocates your finite time and energy. Declining low-priority requests preserves resources for high-priority commitments, including self-care and your most important relationships. Developing the principles of an assertive no transforms this challenging response into a manageable skill. The first principle is clarity and directness. Ambiguous responses like, "I don't think I can," or "I'm not sure that will work for me," create confusion and often lead to continued pressure. A clear, "No, I can't take that on," or "No, that doesn't work for me," leaves no room for misinterpretation. Brevity forms the second principle. Contrary to common instinct, lengthy explanations often undermine a refusal rather than softening it. They can sound like justifications open for debate or suggest uncertainty about your decision. In most situations, a brief, clear no with minimal explanation is more effective and respectful than an elaborate justification. Being firm yet polite creates the optimal balance for an effective refusal. A calm, steady tone conveys confidence in your decision without aggression. Avoiding excessive apologies maintains this balance. While a brief, "I'm sorry, I can't help with that," might be appropriate, repeated apologies suggest you're doing something wrong by declining, which undermines your legitimate right to say no. Honesty, delivered kindly, forms the final principle. Making up elaborate excuses might seem kinder than the truth, but it often backfires. If the fabrication is discovered, it damages trust far more than a truthful decline would have. Honest refusals, expressed with consideration for the other person's feelings, build relationships based on authenticity rather than accommodation. These principles can be applied through several effective formats for saying no assertively. The simple no works well in many situations. "No, I won't be able to take that on." This straightforward approach is often more respectful than hedging or creating false hope. The reflecting no acknowledges the request before declining. "I understand you need help with this project, but I can't assist right now." This format demonstrates that you've heard and considered the request, which often softens the impact of refusal without compromising your position. The no with a reason provides a brief explanation when appropriate. "No, I have a prior commitment that evening." The key is keeping the explanation concise and not presenting it as a problem to be solved, which might lead to unwanted problem-solving suggestions. The no with an alternative offers another option when you're willing to help in a different way. "I can't review the entire document by tomorrow, but I could possibly look at the executive summary section today." This approach maintains your boundary while demonstrating goodwill and offering a constructive alternative. Beyond saying no to specific requests, setting broader boundaries creates the framework for healthy relationships and interactions. Personal boundaries define the limits you establish on how others treat you and interact with you. They represent the line between acceptable and unacceptable behavior from others, creating clarity that prevents misunderstandings and resentment. Boundaries come in various types, each protecting different aspects of your well-being. Physical boundaries involve your body, personal space, and privacy. Emotional boundaries protect your feelings and inner world from manipulation or excessive demands. Time boundaries preserve your schedule and energy. Communication boundaries establish how you expect to be spoken to and treated in exchanges. Healthy boundaries are both flexible and firm, adaptable to different contexts and relationships, while maintaining consistent protection of your core needs and values. This balance allows for the natural give and take of relationships without compromising your essential well-being or self-respect. Identifying your boundary needs requires reflection on situations where you've felt uncomfortable, resentful, or drained. These negative emotions often signal a boundary violation that needs addressing. Perhaps you consistently feel exhausted after spending time with someone who dominates conversation, or resentful when colleagues text you about work issues during your personal time. Determining what specific limits would protect your well-being in these situations clarifies the boundaries you need to establish. Maybe you need to limit conversation time with the dominating friend, or establish a policy of not responding to work communications after certain hours. These limits aren't about controlling others, but about defining what you will and won't participate in. Ideally, boundaries should be communicated clearly before they're crossed, preventing violations rather than addressing them after the fact. This proactive approach might feel uncomfortable initially, but prevents the greater discomfort of accumulated boundary violations and eventual conflict. Clear I statements provide an effective format for communicating boundaries. I need some quiet time after work before discussing household issues, or I'm not comfortable with that level of personal disclosure in our professional relationship. These statements focus on your needs rather than criticizing the other person, reducing defensiveness while clearly establishing your limits. In some situations, stating the consequence if the boundary is crossed helps reinforce its importance. If you continue to raise your voice, I'll need to end this conversation and continue it when we can speak calmly. This isn't a threat, but a clear explanation of how you'll protect your boundaries if necessary. Delivering this information calmly and respectfully maintains the assertive balance. Consistently enforcing boundaries when they're violated demonstrates that your limits are serious, not merely preferences that can be ignored. This consistency might involve implementing the stated consequence, restating the boundary clearly, or removing yourself from the situation temporarily. Without this enforcement, stated boundaries often erode over time. Recognizing that some people may test your boundaries helps prepare for this common challenge. This testing isn't always malicious. It may be unconscious or habitual, but it requires a firm, consistent response regardless of intent. Maintaining your boundary despite this testing eventually establishes a new pattern of interaction based on mutual respect. Beyond setting boundaries, expressing opinions and feelings assertively forms another crucial aspect of standing up for yourself. Many people struggle to share their authentic perspective, especially when it differs from the prevailing view or might create disagreement. Owning your opinions through phrases like "in my view" or "I believe" acknowledges that you're expressing a perspective rather than universal truth. This framing reduces defensiveness while still clearly communicating your position. It invites dialogue rather than debate, creating space for genuine exchange rather than competitive argument. Expressing disagreement without being disagreeable represents a valuable skill in both personal and professional contexts. This involves focusing on the issue rather than attacking the person, maintaining a respectful tone even when strongly disagreeing, and acknowledging valid points in the other perspective even as you present an alternative view. Communicating difficult feelings, anger, hurt, disappointment presents particular challenges for many people. Using I feel statements to describe your emotional state helps express these feelings without accusation. I feel frustrated when I'm interrupted because I lose my train of thought, rather than you always interrupt me. Choosing an appropriate time and place for sensitive conversations demonstrates respect for both yourself and the other person. Raising difficult topics when either party is tired, stressed, or distracted rarely leads to productive exchange. Setting aside dedicated time in a private, neutral space creates better conditions for meaningful communication. Being prepared for the other person's reaction while staying grounded in your message helps maintain assertiveness during challenging exchanges. Others may respond with defensiveness, counterattacks, or dismissal initially. Anticipating these possibilities without being derailed by them allows you to maintain your position calmly and clearly. Various barriers can impede assertiveness even when you understand its principles. Addressing these barriers directly helps develop consistent assertive communication rather than occasional, effortful attempts quickly abandoned when challenges arise. Guilt represents one of the most common barriers to assertiveness, particularly for people socialized to prioritize others' needs above their own. Reminding yourself of your right to prioritize your needs helps counter this guilt. Your needs matter equally to others, not less. Meeting your own needs isn't selfish but necessary for sustainable relationships and well-being. Recognizing that true respect involves honoring boundaries, both yours and others, provides another perspective on guilt. When you clearly communicate your limits, you show respect for the relationship by preventing the resentment that would eventually damage it. This honesty creates the conditions for authentic connection rather than undermining it. Handling pushback or aggression presents another significant barrier to assertiveness. When others respond negatively to your self-advocacy, the temptation to back down or escalate to aggression can be strong. Staying calm and repeating your position, a technique sometimes called the broken record, maintains assertiveness without escalation. This approach involves restating your position clearly and calmly, perhaps with slight rewording, but without weakening your message, regardless of attempts to dismiss or argue. I understand you'd like me to take on this project, but as I've said, my schedule is already at capacity. Or, I appreciate your perspective, but I still disagree with that approach. Disengaging if the situation becomes disrespectful or unsafe represents an important aspect of self-protection. Assertiveness doesn't require you to remain in harmful situations. A simple, I need to end this conversation now. We can continue when we can speak respectfully, followed by physical departure if necessary, preserves your dignity without escalating conflict. Not getting drawn into arguments helps maintain the assertive middle ground. Arguments often devolve into competitive exchanges where winning becomes more important than understanding. Assertiveness aims at clear communication and mutual respect, not victory. Recognizing when an exchange is becoming argumentative allows you to redirect toward more productive communication or disengage temporarily. To translate these concepts into practice, consider implementing structured exercises for developing assertiveness. A no-practice scenario exercise helps build confidence in declining requests. Write down common requests you receive that you often struggle to decline, perhaps requests for your time when you're already overcommitted, or invitations to events you don't want to attend. Practice saying no assertively to these scenarios out loud, perhaps using a mirror or recording yourself to observe your nonverbal communication as well. Try different phrasings based on the principles discussed earlier, noting which feel most natural and effective for you. This rehearsal builds both the language and confidence needed for real-world refusals. A boundary identification journal helps clarify where you need to establish or strengthen limits. For 1 week, note down any interaction where you felt uncomfortable, resentful, or that a line was crossed. These entries might include situations where someone spoke to you disrespectfully, where your time was consistently imposed upon, or where your physical or emotional space was violated. Reflect on each situation. What boundary was needed? How could you communicate it assertively? This reflection transforms vague discomfort into specific, actionable boundaries that can be clearly communicated and maintained. Assertive communication roleplay provides practice with feedback in a low-stakes environment. With a trusted friend or partner, roleplay a scenario where you need to express a difficult opinion or set a boundary. Practice using I statements and assertive body language, direct eye contact, upright posture, clear voice while delivering your message. Ask for specific feedback. Did you come across as clear, respectful, confident? This external perspective helps refine both verbal and nonverbal aspects of assertive communication, accelerating your development of this crucial skill. As you develop greater assertiveness, you'll likely experience a profound shift in your relationships and self-perception. When you advocate for yourself effectively, expressing needs clearly, establishing appropriate boundaries, and sharing your authentic perspective, you create the conditions for relationships based on mutual respect rather than accommodation or domination. This shift doesn't mean relationships become conflict-free. Differences and disagreements are inevitable in any meaningful human connection. But assertiveness transforms how these differences are navigated, replacing avoidance, resentment, and eventual explosion with direct, respectful communication that addresses issues before they become crises. Perhaps most significantly, consistent assertiveness changes how you see yourself. Each time you honor your own needs and boundaries, you reinforce your inherent worth and right to equal consideration in relationships. This growing self-respect creates a positive cycle where increased confidence leads to more effective assertiveness, which further enhances self-respect. The journey to assertiveness isn't always easy. It requires challenging ingrained patterns, risking temporary discomfort, and persisting despite occasional setbacks. But the rewards, healthier relationships, reduced resentment, and deeper self-respect far outweigh the challenges of this developmental process. As we move forward to explore the art of building strong connections in the next chapter, remember that assertiveness forms an essential foundation for meaningful relationships. Without the ability to stand up for yourself, connections often become unbalanced, breeding resentment that eventually undermines even the most promising bond. With it, you create the conditions for something far more powerful than superficial harmony, a connection where both parties can be fully themselves, expressing needs honestly and meeting each other as equals. What might become possible in your relationships if you could advocate for yourself with clarity and confidence? What internal freedom might emerge if you no longer silently absorbed treatment that violated your boundaries? The answers lie in a dimension of human interaction that remains challenging for many, a dimension where speaking your truth doesn't damage connections, but deepens them, where self-respect and respect for others exist in perfect balance, and where the courage to stand in your own worth creates not distance, but the possibility of genuine intimacy based on authenticity rather than accommodation. Chapter 7. Building Strong Connections. Have you ever wondered why some relationships seem to deepen and flourish over time while others gradually fade or become sources of frustration? Why certain people in your life feel like genuine allies, people you can count on who truly understand you, while others, despite regular interaction, remain essentially strangers? What invisible forces determine whether a connection withers or thrives? These questions touch on something fundamental to human experience. We all know intuitively that relationships matter. We feel the difference between superficial interactions and genuine connection. We sense when a bond is strengthening or weakening. Yet the specific elements that create lasting, meaningful relationships often remain mysterious. What separates those rare individuals who consistently build and maintain strong connections across different areas of life? The people who seem to effortlessly develop deep friendships, maintain close family ties, build trusting professional relationships, and create lasting romantic partnerships? They possess something that appears almost magical, an ability to forge bonds that withstand challenges, deepen over time, and bring genuine fulfillment to all involved. This ability isn't about charisma or social popularity. It's not about being extroverted or having a wide social circle. It's about something far more substantive, a capacity that creates the foundation for relationships of genuine depth and meaning. This capacity can't be faked or performed. It must be authentically developed and consistently expressed. The most relationally intelligent people have mastered a particular approach to human connection, one that creates the conditions for trust, intimacy, mutual support, and growth. They've developed a set of skills that allow them to move beyond superficial interaction to genuine relationship. This approach isn't about manipulating others or following formulaic steps, but about understanding the fundamental principles that govern how meaningful connections form and flourish. This relationship-building skill isn't just nice to have, it's essential for well-being and life satisfaction. Without it, we experience the pain of isolation, even when surrounded by people. With it, we create a network of connections that provide support, joy, meaning, and resilience through life's inevitable challenges. What exactly is this approach that transforms casual acquaintances into meaningful connections? It's relationship intelligence, the ability to build and maintain strong, positive bonds characterized by trust, intimacy, mutual support, and constructive conflict resolution. But relationship intelligence encompasses far more than most people realize. True relationship intelligence isn't just about being likable or pleasant, though those qualities certainly don't hurt. It's about creating the conditions for genuine connection, the kind that allows both people to be authentic, vulnerable, supportive, and growing. It involves understanding both the architecture of strong relationships and the specific behaviors that build and maintain that structure over time. The foundation of this intelligence lies in our fundamental need for connection. Humans are inherently social beings, wired for attachment and belonging. This isn't merely a preference, but a biological imperative. From infancy, we depend on connection not just for physical survival, but for emotional and psychological development. This need doesn't disappear in adulthood, but remains central to our well-being throughout life. The impact of strong relationships on happiness, health, and resilience is profound and well documented. People with strong social connections consistently report greater life satisfaction and positive emotions. They demonstrate better physical health outcomes, including stronger immune function, lower inflammation, and even longer lifespans. Perhaps most strikingly, they show greater resilience in the face of adversity, bouncing back more quickly from setbacks and maintaining psychological stability through challenges. These benefits emerge across different types of meaningful connections. Family relationships, when healthy, provide a sense of belonging and continuity. Friendships offer chosen connections based on shared interests, values, or experiences. Romantic partnerships combine emotional intimacy with commitment and often shared life building. Even collegial relationships, while primarily focused on shared work, can provide important support, collaboration, and mentorship. Each relationship type offers unique benefits and requires somewhat different approaches, but all strong connections share certain fundamental qualities. Understanding these common elements helps you build and maintain meaningful relationships across different domains of life. Emotional intelligence, the set of skills we've been exploring throughout this book, forms the essential foundation for building these strong connections. Each component of emotional intelligence contributes vital elements to relationship development and maintenance. Self-awareness helps you understand your own needs, patterns, and impact in relationships. When you recognize your relationship tendencies, perhaps you withdraw when hurt, struggle to express certain emotions, or have specific triggers from past experiences, you can manage these patterns consciously rather than allowing them to unconsciously undermine connections. This awareness also helps you understand what you truly need and want from different relationships, allowing for more authentic engagement. Empathy, which we explored in Chapter 2, enables you to understand others' emotional experiences and perspectives. This understanding creates the foundation for meaningful connection. You can't truly connect with someone you don't understand. Empathy allows you to recognize others' needs, appreciate their unique viewpoint, and respond in ways that demonstrate genuine understanding rather than projection or assumption. Self-regulation, discussed in Chapter 3, prevents destructive emotional outbursts that can damage relationships. By managing your emotions effectively, you create safety in the relationship. Others know they won't be subjected to uncontrolled anger, excessive neediness, or emotional volatility. This regulation doesn't mean suppressing authentic feelings, but expressing them in ways that maintain respect and connection. Clear communication, the focus of Chapter 4, builds bridges between separate individuals, allowing for shared understanding despite different perspectives. Without effective communication, even the best intentions and strongest feelings can't create connection. With it, you can express your thoughts, feelings, and needs clearly, while also understanding others' messages accurately. Assertiveness, which we explored in Chapter 6, ensures relationships remain balanced rather than dominated by one person's needs. By standing up for yourself respectfully, you create the conditions for mutual respect and consideration rather than resentment and eventual relationship breakdown. Together, these emotional intelligence components create the relationship glue that binds people together in meaningful connection. They provide the awareness, skills, and attitudes necessary for building and maintaining strong relationships across different contexts and through inevitable challenges. The foundation of any strong relationship is trust, the belief in the reliability, integrity, and good intentions of another person. Without trust, relationships remain superficial and guarded. With it, they can develop depth, intimacy, and resilience. Understanding what trust really means and how it develops provides the starting point for building strong connections. Trust involves several distinct elements. Reliability means believing the other person will do what they say they'll do. Integrity involves confidence in their honesty and adherence to shared values. Good intentions reflect faith that they genuinely care about your well-being rather than just using the relationship for their own benefit. These elements combine to create the security necessary for genuine connection. Trust isn't established instantly, but earned gradually over time through consistent behavior. While we might extend provisional trust in new relationships based on initial impressions or context, deeper trust develops through repeated experiences that confirm the other person's trustworthiness. This gradual development means that building strong relationships requires patience and consistent demonstration of trustworthy behavior. Recognizing the vulnerability involved in trusting someone helps explain why trust develops cautiously. When you trust, you make yourself vulnerable to potential hurt, disappointment, or betrayal. This vulnerability creates both the risk and the reward of trust. Without opening yourself to possible pain, you can't experience the deep connection that trust enables. Certain key behaviors consistently build trust across different relationship types. Reliability and consistency, following through on commitments, being punctual, doing what you say you'll do, form the bedrock of trustworthiness. When others can count on you consistently, they gradually relax their guard, knowing their vulnerability won't be exploited through carelessness or inconsistency. Honesty and transparency, communicating openly and truthfully, build confidence in your integrity. This doesn't mean sharing every thought or feeling indiscriminately, but it does mean being truthful in what you do share and not deliberately misleading or manipulating. When others know you'll tell them the truth, even when it's difficult, they can trust the relationship is based on reality rather than performance or deception. Respecting confidentiality demonstrates trustworthiness in handling sensitive information. When you keep private disclosures private rather than gossiping or sharing inappropriately, you show respect for boundaries and discretion in managing vulnerability. This respect creates safety for deeper sharing and greater intimacy over time. Demonstrating competence in relevant areas builds trust in your capabilities. In professional relationships, this might involve showing skill in your work. In friendships, it might mean demonstrating good judgment or reliability in planning. In romantic partnerships, it could involve showing capability in managing shared responsibilities. This competence creates confidence that relying on you in these areas won't lead to disappointment or harm. Perhaps most fundamentally, showing genuine care and concern for the other person's well-being, benevolence, builds trust in your intentions. When others know you genuinely want what's best for them, not just what benefits you, they can trust that your actions, even when imperfect, come from a place of goodwill rather than selfishness or manipulation. Even in the strongest relationships, trust can sometimes be damaged through mistakes, misunderstandings, or hurtful actions. Rebuilding trust after a breach requires specific approaches that acknowledge the damage while creating a path toward healing. Acknowledging the mistake sincerely and taking responsibility forms the essential first step. Defensiveness, minimization, or blame shifting only compounds the breach of trust by suggesting you don't truly recognize or care about the impact of your actions. Honest acknowledgement demonstrates integrity even in the face of error. Demonstrating genuine remorse and understanding the impact shows empathy and concern for the hurt caused. This understanding goes beyond generic apology to specific recognition of how your actions affected the other person. "I'm sorry I forgot our plans. I understand that made you feel unimportant and wasted your evening," communicates much deeper understanding than simply, "I'm sorry I forgot." Committing to changed behavior and being patient completes the trust rebuilding process. Words alone don't restore trust. Consistent actions that demonstrate the mistake won't be repeated gradually rebuild confidence. This rebuilding typically takes time, often longer than the initial trust building, and requires patience with the other person's caution as they assess whether it's safe to trust again. While trust forms the foundation of strong relationships, emotional intimacy creates their depth and meaning. Intimacy involves closeness, familiarity, and affectionate connection, knowing and being known by another person in ways that go beyond surface interaction. This emotional closeness provides the sense of genuine connection many people seek in their most important relationships. Emotional intimacy develops through sharing feelings, thoughts, and experiences authentically. This sharing goes beyond factual information to include your internal experience, hopes, fears, joys, struggles, values, and dreams. When both people engage in this authentic sharing, they develop a deep understanding of each other that creates a unique bond. This emotional intimacy differs from physical intimacy, though the two often complement each other in romantic relationships. Emotional intimacy can exist without physical intimacy, as in close friendships, and conversely, physical intimacy without emotional depth often feels hollow or unsatisfying. Understanding this distinction helps clarify what's missing when relationships feel connected in some ways but distant in others. Cultivating closeness through shared experiences accelerates intimacy development. Making time for quality interaction, periods of focused attention without distractions, creates the space necessary for meaningful exchange. This doesn't necessarily require elaborate plans or significant time commitments. Even brief periods of genuine presence and attention contribute to growing closeness. Engaging in shared activities and creating positive memories builds connection through common experience. These activities might include pursuing mutual interests, trying new experiences together, celebrating important occasions, or simply sharing everyday pleasures. The specific activity matters less than the shared attention and emotional engagement it facilitates. Being fully present during interactions, giving your complete attention rather than being distracted by devices, thoughts, or other activities, dramatically enhances connection quality. This presence communicates that the other person matters and deserves your focus. It also allows you to notice subtle emotional cues and respond appropriately, deepening understanding and strengthening bonds. Vulnerability plays a particularly important role in developing intimacy. Sharing your authentic self, including imperfections, creates the conditions for genuine connection rather than superficial interaction based on carefully curated presentations. This authenticity might involve acknowledging mistakes, sharing insecurities, expressing difficult emotions, or revealing aspects of yourself you typically keep private. Appropriate vulnerability deepens trust and connection by demonstrating confidence in the relationship. When you make yourself vulnerable, you implicitly communicate, "I trust you with my authentic self." This trust often inspires reciprocal openness, creating a positive cycle of deepening intimacy as both people gradually reveal more of themselves. Taking risks in self-disclosure gradually, rather than all at once, allows intimacy to develop at a pace that feels safe for both people. Sharing too much too soon can feel overwhelming or create pressure for equal disclosure before trust is established. Gradual, reciprocal sharing allows the relationship to deepen organically as trust grows. Beyond trust and intimacy, the exchange of support forms another crucial element of strong relationships. This give and take creates resilience, demonstrating that both people can rely on each other through challenges while also contributing to each other's well-being. Being a supportive presence for others involves several key behaviors. Listening without judgment, empathic listening, creates space for authentic expression without fear of criticism or unwanted advice. This listening focuses on understanding the other person's experience rather than evaluating it or immediately trying to fix problems. Validating feelings acknowledges the legitimacy of the other person's emotional experience. Simple statements like, "That sounds really difficult," or "I can understand why you'd feel that way," communicate that their feelings make sense and deserve recognition. This validation doesn't necessarily mean agreeing with their perspective, but affirming their right to their emotional response. Offering practical help when appropriate and asked for provides tangible support that complements emotional understanding. The key qualifier, when asked for or clearly needed, prevents well-intentioned help from becoming intrusive or implying the other person can't handle their own challenges. Effective support respects the other person's autonomy while providing assistance that genuinely helps. Expressing care and encouragement demonstrates emotional investment in the other person's well-being. This might involve celebrating their successes, expressing confidence in their abilities during challenges, or simply checking in during difficult times. These expressions of care create a sense of being valued and supported that strengthens relationship bonds. Interestingly, research suggests that offering support often strengthens bonds even more effectively than receiving it. The act of giving support appears to increase commitment to the relationship and investment in the other person's well-being. This finding highlights the importance of creating relationships characterized by mutual support rather than one-sided giving or receiving. Learning to receive support gracefully completes this exchange. Many people find giving support easier than receiving it, perhaps due to concerns about appearing weak, becoming a burden, or incurring obligation. Recognizing your own need for support and being willing to ask for it demonstrates trust in the relationship and allows the other person to experience the satisfaction of contributing to your well-being. Accepting help without feeling like a burden requires recognizing that healthy relationships involve mutual support rather than perfectly balanced exchanges at every moment. Sometimes you'll need more support, sometimes you'll give more. This natural fluctuation creates resilience in the relationship rather than weakening it. Expressing gratitude for support received acknowledges the other person's contribution without creating excessive obligation. Simple, specific appreciation. "Thank you for listening when I needed to process that difficult situation. It really helped me gain perspective," communicates that their support mattered while maintaining the dignity of both people. Even the strongest relationships inevitably involve differences and disagreements. Navigating these differences constructively rather than avoiding them or allowing them to create lasting damage represents another crucial relationship skill. Viewing conflict as an opportunity for growth rather than a relationship threat creates a constructive approach to disagreements. When seen as a chance to understand each other better, clarify needs and expectations, or develop creative solutions, conflict becomes potentially valuable rather than merely uncomfortable. This perspective shift doesn't eliminate the challenge of conflict, but transforms how you engage with it. Understanding that disagreements are normal in healthy relationships prevents the misconception that conflict indicates relationship failure. Different perspectives, needs, and preferences naturally create tension at times. The absence of any conflict often signals suppression of authentic differences rather than perfect harmony. Focusing on resolving the issue collaboratively rather than winning the disagreement creates the conditions for solutions that benefit the relationship rather than one person's temporary victory at the other's expense. This collaborative approach treats the problem as something to solve together rather than a battleground for competing interests. Maintaining mutual respect during disagreements preserves the relationship even while addressing differences. A respectful tone and avoiding personal attacks keep the focus on the issue rather than demeaning the other person. This respect communicates that the relationship remains valuable even during disagreement. Listening to understand the other person's perspective, even when disagreeing with it, demonstrates respect and creates the possibility for solutions that address underlying concerns rather than just surface positions. This understanding doesn't require agreement, but does involve genuine effort to see the situation from their viewpoint. Committing to finding mutually agreeable solutions rather than imposing your preferred outcome creates sustainable resolutions rather than temporary compliance. These win-win solutions address the core needs of both people, even if neither gets exactly what they initially wanted. This mutual benefit strengthens rather than strains the relationship. Maintaining healthy connections over time requires ongoing attention and adaptation. Relationships aren't static achievements, but living systems that need continued nurturing and occasional recalibration as circumstances and individuals change. Recognizing that relationships require ongoing effort and attention prevents the common mistake of taking strong connections for granted. Like gardens, relationships need regular tending to continue flourishing. This doesn't mean constant work or anxiety about relationship status, but rather consistent investment of attention and care. Making regular time for connection ensures relationships remain current and vital rather than based on past history alone. This time might involve dedicated activities, regular conversations, or simply shared presence without distractions. The specific form matters less than the consistent priority placed on maintaining connection. Showing appreciation and celebrating successes together reinforces positive feelings and creates shared joy that strengthens bonds. Specific, genuine appreciation. I really value how you always consider my perspective, even when we see things differently, communicates what you value in the relationship and encourages its continuation. Adapting to changes and growth allows relationships to evolve rather than becoming constrained by outdated patterns or expectations. As individuals develop new interests, face changing circumstances, or grow in different ways, relationships need flexibility to accommodate these changes while maintaining core connection. Communicating about changing needs and expectations helps relationships adapt smoothly rather than through crisis or confusion. Open discussion about how changes affect the relationship allows for conscious adjustment rather than drift or resentment. This communication demonstrates respect for both the relationship's history and its potential future evolution. To translate these concepts into practice, consider implementing structured exercises for building relationship skills. An active appreciation practice helps develop the habit of noticing and expressing what you value in important relationships. Each day for a week, consciously express specific appreciation to one important person in your life. The key is specificity. Rather than generic statements like, "You're great" or "I appreciate you," identify particular actions, qualities, or contributions you value. "I really appreciate how attentively you listened when I was struggling with that decision yesterday." Or, "I value the thoughtfulness you show in remembering what matters to me." This specificity makes the appreciation more meaningful and reinforces the behaviors that strengthen the relationship. Quality time scheduling addresses one of the most common barriers to relationship maintenance: the tendency for important connections to get crowded out by urgent but less meaningful demands. Identify one or two key relationships you want to nurture, then schedule specific, dedicated time for connection in the coming weeks. This scheduling might involve planning an activity together, setting aside time for an uninterrupted conversation, or simply creating space to be present with each other without distractions. The specific plan matters less than the deliberate prioritization of relationship time over competing demands. A supportive listening check-in helps develop one of the most valuable relationship skills, the ability to provide a supportive presence during challenges. Next time a friend or loved one shares a problem or difficult situation, consciously practice supportive listening rather than immediately offering advice or sharing similar experiences. After the conversation, check your approach. Did you listen without interrupting? Did you validate their feelings rather than minimizing or dismissing them? Did you offer advice only if asked rather than assuming they needed your solutions? Did you express care and concern for their well-being? This reflection helps refine your supportive presence, making you a more valuable resource in important relationships. As you develop greater relationship intelligence, you'll likely experience a profound shift in your connections. When you consistently demonstrate trustworthiness, engage in authentic sharing, provide and receive support effectively, and navigate differences constructively, you create the conditions for relationships characterized by depth, resilience, and mutual fulfillment. These strong connections don't develop overnight. Like trust, they build gradually through consistent behavior and accumulated positive experiences. But the investment yields extraordinary returns, relationships that provide joy, meaning, support, and growth throughout life's journey. The skills we've explored in this chapter don't apply only to personal relationships. They create the foundation for effective connections across all domains: family, friendship, romance, and professional relationships. While the specific expression might vary by context, the fundamental principles of trust, intimacy, support, and constructive conflict resolution remain consistent. As we move forward to explore the crucial skill of resolving conflicts effectively in the next chapter, remember that even the strongest relationships encounter disagreements and tensions. The difference between relationships that grow through these challenges and those that deteriorate lies not in the absence of conflict, but in how that conflict is addressed. What invisible forces determine whether conflict becomes destructive or constructive? What specific approaches transform potential relationship damage into opportunities for deeper understanding and stronger connection? The answers lie in a dimension of relationship intelligence that remains mysterious to many, a dimension where differences become catalysts for growth rather than causes of division, where difficult conversations lead to deeper understanding rather than growing distance, and where the very tensions that threaten to pull people apart can ultimately bring them closer together. Chapter 8. Resolving Conflicts Effectively. Have you ever walked away from an argument feeling worse than before it started? Perhaps you won the debate but damaged the relationship in the process. Or maybe you avoided the confrontation entirely, only to have the unresolved issue resurface later with even greater intensity. Most frustrating of all, you might have experienced that peculiar phenomenon where a simple disagreement somehow transformed into a heated battle that strayed far from the original issue. These conflict scenarios play out countless times daily in homes, workplaces, and communities worldwide. They leave emotional wreckage in their wake, damaged relationships, lingering resentment, and problems that remain unsolved despite hours of argument. Yet most people continue to approach conflict reactively, falling into habitual patterns that consistently produce unsatisfying outcomes. What separates those rare individuals who navigate conflict with remarkable effectiveness? The people who somehow transform potential arguments into productive conversations, who address difficult issues without creating defensiveness, who emerge from disagreements with relationships strengthened rather than damaged. They possess something that appears almost magical, an ability to face conflict directly while maintaining connection, to address sensitive issues while preserving goodwill. This ability isn't about avoiding conflict or always being agreeable. It's not about having perfect relationships free from disagreement. It's about something far more powerful, a capacity that transforms inevitable differences from relationship threats into opportunities for deeper understanding and growth. This capacity can't be faked or performed. It must be genuinely developed and authentically expressed. The most effective conflict navigators have mastered a particular approach to disagreement, one that addresses issues directly while maintaining or even strengthening relationships. They've developed a set of skills that allow them to move through conflict constructively rather than destructively. This approach isn't about winning arguments, but about resolving issues in ways that benefit everyone involved. This conflict resolution skill isn't just nice to have, it's essential for maintaining healthy relationships and achieving sustainable outcomes. Without it, we become trapped in cycles of unresolved issues, damaged connections, and mounting frustration. With it, we can address problems effectively while preserving or even enhancing the relationships that matter most. What exactly is this approach that transforms potential battlegrounds into opportunities for growth? It's constructive conflict resolution, the ability to address disagreements in ways that solve problems while strengthening relationships. But effective conflict resolution encompasses far more than most people realize. True conflict resolution isn't just about finding compromises or avoiding arguments, though those skills have their place. It's about developing a comprehensive approach to differences that addresses both the substantive issues and the relationship dynamics involved. It requires understanding the nature of conflict itself, recognizing your own patterns in disagreements, preparing effectively for difficult conversations, communicating skillfully during tense exchanges, and finding solutions that genuinely meet everyone's core needs. The foundation for this approach lies in reframing how we think about conflict itself. Most people view conflict as inherently negative, something to be avoided if possible or won if unavoidable. This perspective creates immediate tension and defensiveness, setting the stage for destructive rather than constructive engagement. Recognizing conflict as a natural result of differing needs, perspectives, or values creates a more productive starting point. Whenever humans interact, differences inevitably emerge. We have different priorities, different information, different interpretations, and different values. These differences don't indicate relationship failure, but simply human diversity. This recognition normalizes conflict, reducing the automatic tension that often accompanies disagreement. Differentiating between healthy disagreement and destructive conflict helps clarify when intervention is needed. Healthy disagreement involves respectful exchange of differing viewpoints, focuses on issues rather than personal attacks, and aims at understanding and resolution. Destructive conflict, by contrast, features disrespect, personal criticism, defensiveness, and power struggles aimed at winning rather than resolving. This distinction helps you recognize when conflict patterns need changing. Perhaps most powerfully, embracing conflict as a potential catalyst for positive change and deeper understanding transforms your approach to disagreement. When viewed as an opportunity rather than a threat, conflict becomes a doorway to greater clarity, stronger relationships, and better solutions. This perspective shift doesn't eliminate the challenge of conflict, but changes how you engage with it, from reluctant combatant to curious collaborator. Understanding the destructive costs of poor conflict management provides motivation for developing more effective approaches. Damaged relationships and lost trust represent perhaps the greatest casualties of mishandled conflict. When disagreements devolve into personal attacks, dismissive behavior, or manipulation, the relationship suffers lasting damage that extends far beyond the original issue. Increased stress and negative emotional toll affect everyone involved in poorly managed conflict. The immediate stress of hostile exchanges combines with the ongoing tension of unresolved issues, creating chronic strain that impacts well-being. This emotional cost often exceeds any benefit that might come from winning the argument. Poor decision-making and unresolved issues result when conflict management focuses on winning rather than solving problems. Solutions imposed through power or manipulation rarely address the underlying issues effectively and often create new problems through unintended consequences or passive resistance. Issues that remain technically resolved but practically unaddressed continue to cause problems despite apparent agreement. Emotional intelligence plays a crucial role in effective conflict resolution, with each component contributing essential elements to the process. Self-awareness helps you recognize your triggers and conflict style, the patterns of reaction that automatically emerge when you feel threatened or opposed. This awareness creates the possibility of choice rather than automatic reaction. Self-regulation enables you to stay calm and manage impulsive reactions even when feeling provoked or defensive. This emotional management prevents the escalation that often derails conflict resolution, keeping conversations productive even when tension rises. The specific techniques we explored in Chapter 3 become particularly valuable during conflict situations. Empathy allows you to understand the other person's perspective and feelings even while disagreeing with their position. This understanding creates the foundation for solutions that address everyone's concerns rather than just your own. The perspective-taking skills discussed in Chapter 2 help you see beyond your own viewpoint to grasp the legitimate aspects of different positions. Communication skills provide the vehicle for expressing your needs clearly and listening effectively to others' concerns. Without these skills, even the best intentions and most collaborative mindset can't produce effective conflict resolution. The techniques explored in Chapter 4 become especially important during the heightened tension of conflict situations. Understanding your own default conflict style provides crucial insight for improving your approach to disagreements. Most people develop habitual patterns for handling conflict based on early experiences, personality tendencies, and cultural influences. These patterns often operate automatically unless consciously recognized and modified. Common conflict management styles include avoiding, accommodating, competing, compromising, and collaborating. Avoiding involves sidestepping the conflict altogether, changing the subject, physically leaving, or simply refusing to engage. This approach might temporarily reduce tension, but leaves issues unresolved and often growing larger over time. Accommodating means giving in to the other person's demands or preferences while suppressing your own needs. This style maintains surface harmony, but often creates internal resentment that damages the relationship over time. It can also lead to poor solutions that don't address important concerns you've left unexpressed. Competing involves trying to win at the other person's expense, using power, persuasion, or persistence to get your way. While this approach might secure short-term victories, it typically damages relationships and creates resistance rather than genuine resolution. The winner often finds their victory hollow as implementation falters or relationships deteriorate. Compromising means finding a middle ground where both parties give up something to reach agreement. This approach acknowledges both sides' concerns, but may create mediocre solutions that don't fully satisfy anyone. It works well for relatively minor issues or when time constraints prevent more thorough exploration of options. Collaborating involves working together to find solutions that fully meet both parties' core needs. This approach requires more time and effort initially, but typically produces superior outcomes, solutions that genuinely resolve issues while maintaining or strengthening relationships. It transforms conflict from a competitive struggle to a shared problem-solving process. Reflecting on how you typically react in disagreements helps identify your default style. Do you tend to walk away from conflict? Give in to keep the peace? Push hard for your preferred solution? Split the difference? Or work collaboratively to find optimal solutions? Most people rely primarily on one or two styles, using them across different situations regardless of what might work best in each specific context. Recognizing the pros and cons of your dominant style creates awareness of when these approaches serve you well and when they create problems. Each style has legitimate uses in specific situations. Avoiding might be appropriate for truly trivial issues or temporarily when emotions are too high for productive discussion. Accommodating makes sense when the issue matters much more to the other person than to you. Competing might be necessary in genuine emergencies requiring quick decisions. Compromising works well for relatively equal concerns when time is limited. Collaboration produces the best outcomes for important issues affecting ongoing relationships. Developing flexibility to choose the most appropriate style for each situation represents the ultimate goal. Rather than automatically falling into habitual patterns, you can consciously select the approach best suited to the specific circumstances, relationship, and importance of the issue. This flexibility dramatically improves your conflict resolution effectiveness across different contexts. Preparing for constructive conflict resolution significantly increases the likelihood of positive outcomes. Many people enter difficult conversations reactively, without adequate preparation, and then wonder why the interaction spirals into unproductive argument. Thoughtful preparation creates the conditions for more constructive engagement. Choosing the right time and place makes a substantial difference in conflict resolution success. Addressing sensitive issues when emotions are already high or in public settings where privacy is lacking typically leads to defensive reactions rather than productive discussion. Finding a time when both people are relatively calm and a private setting where interruptions won't occur creates better conditions for resolution. Ensuring both parties have adequate time and energy for the conversation prevents the frustration of partial discussion that must be abandoned before resolution. Starting an important conflict conversation 10 minutes before someone needs to leave or when they're exhausted from other demands typically produces poor results. Scheduling sufficient time in advance demonstrates respect for the importance of the issue and relationship. Clarifying your needs and goals before the conversation helps you stay focused on what truly matters, rather than getting sidetracked by tangential issues or emotional reactions. Identifying the core issue from your perspective. What specifically concerns you about the situation provides clarity that helps communication remain productive. Determining what you truly need to resolve the situation, distinguishing between your position, what you're asking for, and your interests, why you want it, creates flexibility that facilitates resolution. When you understand your underlying interests, the needs, concerns, values, or fears driving your position, you can recognize multiple potential solutions rather than insisting on one specific outcome. Defining what a successful outcome would look like helps you evaluate potential solutions realistically. This definition should focus on addressing the core issue effectively while maintaining or strengthening the relationship, not just getting your way. This balanced view of success creates openness to solutions you might not have initially considered. Adopting a collaborative mindset transforms how you approach the conversation. Rather than seeing the other person as an opponent to overcome, you can approach them as a partner in solving a shared problem. This perspective shift changes everything from your tone to your openness to different viewpoints. Assuming positive intent, or at least seeking to understand intent, reduces defensive reactions and creates space for genuine dialogue. Most people don't set out to create problems or hurt others deliberately. They're typically acting based on their own needs, information, and perspective. Recognizing this reality helps maintain goodwill even during disagreement. Committing to listening and finding mutual benefit establishes a foundation for productive exchange. This commitment doesn't mean abandoning your own needs, but recognizing that sustainable solutions address everyone's core concerns. The most effective conflict resolution creates outcomes where everyone feels their essential needs have been considered and substantially met. Specific communication skills become particularly important during conflict conversations. Using I statements effectively frames issues in terms of your feelings and experiences rather than accusations about the other person's character or intentions. I feel frustrated when meetings start late because it affects my ability to complete my other responsibilities. Works better than, you're always late and don't respect other people's time. Avoiding you statements that sound accusatory or blaming helps prevent the defensive reactions that typically derail productive conversation. Statements beginning with, "you always," "you never," or "you don't care" almost invariably trigger defensiveness rather than understanding, regardless of their accuracy. Focusing on specific behaviors rather than making character attacks maintains respect while addressing real issues. "I'm concerned about the report being submitted after the deadline" addresses a specific situation, while "you're irresponsible" attacks the person's character. The former invites problem solving, the latter provokes defense or counterattack. Active listening becomes even more crucial during high-stakes conversations. Making a conscious effort to understand the other person's viewpoint, even when you disagree with it, creates the foundation for mutual understanding and collaborative solution finding. This understanding doesn't require agreement, but does involve genuine effort to see the situation from their perspective. Using paraphrasing and clarifying questions ensures accurate understanding before responding. "So you're concerned that the new process will increase your workload without addressing the quality issues. Is that right?" This checking prevents the misunderstandings that often escalate conflict and demonstrates respect for the other person's perspective. Validating their perspective without necessarily agreeing acknowledges the legitimacy of their viewpoint based on their experience and information. "I can see why you might feel that way, given your experience with the previous system," validates their perspective while leaving room for different interpretations based on other information or experiences. Staying calm and regulated under pressure prevents the emotional escalation that often derails conflict resolution. Using self-regulation techniques like deep breathing, pausing before responding, or mentally stepping back from the situation helps maintain the emotional equilibrium necessary for productive discussion. Recognizing signs of escalation in yourself and the other person allows for intervention before the conversation deteriorates beyond recovery. Physical signs like increased heart rate or muscle tension, emotional signs like growing anger or defensiveness, and communication signs like raised voices or interrupting all indicate escalation that requires attention. Agreeing to take breaks if the conversation becomes too heated demonstrates commitment to productive resolution rather than emotional venting. A simple, "I notice we're both getting frustrated. Should we take a short break and continue in 15 minutes?" acknowledges the emotional reality while preserving the possibility of resolution when emotions settle. One of the most powerful approaches to conflict resolution involves moving beyond positions to focus on underlying needs and interests. Understanding the difference between positions and interests creates flexibility that often leads to breakthrough solutions. Positions represent what someone says they want, the specific demand or proposed solution they're advocating. "I want to hold team meetings on Monday mornings," or "we should cancel the project," are positions, specific outcomes someone is requesting. Interests represent the underlying needs, desires, fears, or concerns that motivate the position, the why behind the what. Someone advocating for Monday morning meetings might be motivated by interests like ensuring everyone has the same information before the work week begins, creating team alignment, or addressing problems before they grow larger. Understanding these interests opens possibilities beyond the specific position initially stated. Recognizing that focusing on interests opens up more possibilities for solutions represents a crucial insight for effective conflict resolution. When people remain fixated on their initial positions, resolution often seems impossible because the positions directly contradict each other. When they explore underlying interests, they frequently discover multiple ways to address those interests beyond the original positions. Several techniques help uncover these underlying interests. Asking why questions respectfully explores the reasoning behind positions without challenging their legitimacy. "Why is having the meeting on Monday morning particularly important to you?" invites explanation of underlying concerns rather than defense of the position itself. Exploring the underlying needs behind demands helps identify what truly matters versus what might be flexible. "What specific concerns would Monday meetings address for you?" might reveal needs for coordination, information sharing, or problem solving that could potentially be met through various approaches, not just the initially proposed solution. Sharing your own underlying interests and needs demonstrates transparency and invites reciprocal openness. I'm concerned about Monday meetings because they conflict with my client calls, which I schedule then because clients are most available. What I really need is to ensure I don't miss important team information while still maintaining client relationships. This sharing moves the conversation from competing positions to collaborative problem solving. Finding mutually beneficial solutions through collaboration represents the culmination of effective conflict resolution. This process typically involves several key steps that transform apparent opposition into shared problem solving. Brainstorming options together generates multiple potential solutions without immediately judging their feasibility or desirability. This separation of idea generation from evaluation prevents premature dismissal of creative possibilities. The goal at this stage is quantity and variety of options, not immediate agreement on the perfect solution. Encouraging creativity and thinking outside the box helps break free from the limitation of original positions. What if we tried something completely different? Or how might we address both concerns simultaneously? Invites innovative thinking that often produces superior solutions not initially considered by either party. Building on each other's ideas creates collaborative energy and often leads to hybrid solutions that incorporate the best elements of multiple approaches. I like your suggestion about virtual attendance options. What if we combine that with rotating the meeting day to spread the impact more evenly? This building process transforms the dynamic from opposition to co-creation. Evaluating options based on how well they address the underlying interests of both parties ensures solutions that truly resolve the core issues rather than merely compromising between positions. This option seems to address your need for team coordination while also accommodating my client commitment constraints. How well do you think it would work for you? This evaluation focuses on mutual benefit rather than victory for either side. Looking for solutions that create value for everyone involved transforms the conflict from a zero-sum game, where one person's gain is another's loss, to a positive-sum opportunity, where both can benefit. This value creation often comes from identifying differences in priorities, resources, or capabilities that allow for mutually beneficial exchange. Being willing to be flexible and make concessions on less critical points while standing firm on core needs creates the balanced approach necessary for sustainable resolution. Not every aspect of a solution will be ideal for everyone, but the overall outcome should substantially address each person's most important concerns. Agreeing on a solution and next steps ensures that resolution moves from concept to implementation. Clearly defining the agreed-upon solution prevents later misunderstandings about what was actually decided. So we're agreeing to hold the team meeting on Wednesday afternoons with a detailed agenda distributed on Monday mornings and options for virtual attendance when necessary. Is that your understanding as well? Determining who will do what by when creates accountability for implementation. Vague agreements without specific responsibilities often fail to translate into actual change. I'll update the team calendar with the new meeting time by tomorrow, and you'll create the template for the Monday morning agenda distribution by Friday. Does that work? This clarity prevents the frustration of agreements that never materialize into action. Planning a follow-up to check if the solution is working demonstrates commitment to actual resolution rather than merely ending the immediate conversation. Let's check in after 3 weeks with this new approach to see if it's addressing both our concerns effectively. If adjustments are needed, we can discuss them then. This follow-up prevents the cycle of issues resurfacing repeatedly because solutions weren't actually effective. To translate these concepts into practice, consider implementing structured exercises for developing conflict resolution skills. A conflict-style self-assessment helps increase awareness of your typical approaches to disagreement. Reflect on recent conflicts or disagreements you've experienced, noting which styles you used most frequently. avoiding, accommodating, competing, compromising, or collaborating. Consider whether those styles were effective in those specific situations. Did they resolve the issues satisfactorily? Maintain or strengthen the relationships? Feel authentic to your values? This reflection helps identify patterns that might need adjustment for more effective conflict resolution. An I statement rephrasing exercise develops the habit of expressing concerns constructively rather than accusatorily. Think of a recurring conflict or recent argument and identify blaming you statements that were used either by you or the other person. Statements like, "You never listen to me," "You always make decisions without consulting anyone," or "You don't care about my opinion," typically escalate conflict rather than resolving it. Rewrite these as constructive I statements, focusing on feelings, behavior, and impact. I feel frustrated when I'm interrupted because I need to complete my thoughts to feel understood. Or, I feel concerned when decisions are made without discussion because I worry important perspectives might be missed. This rephrasing maintains honesty about concerns while reducing the defensiveness that often blocks resolution. An interest versus positions analysis helps develop the crucial skill of looking beyond stated demands to underlying needs. Choose a past or current conflict and identify the stated position of each party, what each person said they wanted. Then brainstorm potential underlying interests, what needs, fears, or concerns might have been driving those positions. Reflect on how focusing on these interests might change the approach to resolution. Could solutions be found that address the core interests of both parties, even if they differ from the original positions? This analysis often reveals possibilities for resolution that weren't apparent when focusing only on competing positions. As you develop greater conflict resolution skills, you'll likely experience a profound shift in how you view and experience disagreement. What once seemed like inevitable relationship damage becomes an opportunity for deeper understanding and stronger connection. Issues that previously remained unresolved despite repeated arguments find sustainable solutions through collaborative problem solving. This transformation doesn't mean conflicts disappear or always resolve easily. Differences are inevitable in human relationships, and some issues involve genuinely competing needs or values that require significant effort to reconcile. But effective conflict resolution skills dramatically improve your ability to navigate these challenges constructively rather than destructively. Perhaps most significantly, developing these skills changes your emotional experience of conflict. Rather than dreading disagreement, or feeling trapped between uncomfortable confrontation and festering resentment, you develop confidence in your ability to address issues directly while maintaining important relationships. This confidence reduces anxiety about conflict and creates greater authenticity in all your interactions. The journey to effective conflict resolution isn't always easy. It requires challenging habitual reactions, developing new communication patterns, and often engaging with uncomfortable emotions. But the rewards, stronger relationships, better solutions, and greater peace of mind far outweigh the challenges of this developmental process. As we move forward to explore the integration of all these emotional intelligence skills in the next chapter, remember that conflict resolution represents a crucial test of social effectiveness. In moments of disagreement and tension, the true measure of your social skills becomes apparent. Yet beyond these individual skills lies something even more powerful, a synergy that emerges when all aspects of emotional intelligence work together seamlessly. What becomes possible when self-awareness, empathy, emotion regulation, communication clarity, social fluency, assertiveness, relationship building, and conflict resolution combine into a unified approach to social interaction? What transformation awaits those who master not just individual social skills, but the integration that creates true social intelligence? The answers lie in a dimension of human capability that few fully realize. A dimension where separate skills merge into something far greater than their sum, where fragmented techniques become a coherent social presence, and where the full potential of emotional intelligence creates possibilities for connection and influence beyond what most people ever experience. Chapter 9: Social Success. Throughout this book, we've explored the individual components that contribute to enhanced social effectiveness: self-awareness, empathy, emotional regulation, clear communication, social navigation, assertiveness, relationship building, and conflict resolution. Each of these skills offers tremendous value on its own, but what happens when you bring them all together? What emerges when these separate abilities begin to function as an integrated whole rather than isolated techniques? This integration creates something far more powerful than the sum of its parts, a transformative capacity that fundamentally changes how you experience social interaction and how others experience you. It's the difference between knowing individual dance steps and truly dancing, between playing musical notes and creating music, between speaking words and conveying meaning. This integration transforms technique into art, effort into flow, and social interaction into genuine connection. The most socially successful individuals have achieved this integration. They don't consciously think, now I'll practice active listening, now I'll regulate my emotions, now I'll express myself assertively. Instead, these various skills have become a seamless, natural expression of who they are, an authentic social presence that adapts fluidly to different situations while maintaining consistent core qualities. This integration creates a social effectiveness that feels effortless both to them and to others. This social success isn't about manipulation or performance. It's not about becoming the most popular person in the room or winning every social encounter. It's about something far more meaningful: the ability to create genuine connection, to express yourself authentically, to navigate social complexities with grace, and to build relationships of depth and substance. It's about becoming more fully yourself in social contexts, not a polished performance of someone else. What exactly is this integrated approach that transforms separate social skills into holistic social intelligence? It's what we might call emotional intelligence synergy, the state where all components of emotional intelligence work together seamlessly to create social effectiveness greater than any individual skill could produce. But this synergy encompasses far more than most people realize. True emotional intelligence synergy isn't just about using different skills at different times, though that flexibility is certainly part of it. It's about these skills enhancing and amplifying each other, creating capabilities that wouldn't exist through any single component alone. It's about developing a unified social presence where self-awareness, empathy, regulation, and communication flow together in a continuous, adaptive response to the social environment. To understand this synergy, let's briefly recap the 4 pillars of enhanced social skills we've explored throughout this book. Self-awareness serves as your internal compass, providing crucial information about your thoughts, feelings, patterns, and impact on others. Without this awareness, other social skills remain mechanical techniques rather than authentic expressions. With it, you gain the foundation for genuine social presence, grounded in honest self-understanding. Empathy functions as your connection bridge, allowing you to understand others' experiences, perspectives, and needs. This understanding creates the possibility for genuine connection rather than parallel monologues or projection. Empathy transforms social interaction from self-expression alone to mutual understanding and shared meaning. Self-regulation acts as your emotional control center, enabling you to manage reactions, maintain equilibrium, and choose responses rather than being driven by impulse. This regulation creates the stability and reliability that builds trust and allows for consistent social effectiveness even in challenging situations. Effective communication serves as your interaction vehicle, allowing you to express yourself clearly, listen attentively, and create shared understanding. These communication skills translate internal awareness and understanding into external connection, bridging the gap between separate individuals to create genuine exchange. The magic happens when these components work together synergistically. Consider how they might function in a challenging social situation. Using self-awareness, you notice yourself becoming defensive during feedback. Your chest tightens, your thoughts race to justifications, and you recognize your tendency to interrupt when feeling criticized. Simultaneously, Empathy helps you perceive the other person's concern beneath their critique. They seem frustrated, but also worried about a shared outcome. Self-regulation allows you to pause, breathe, and create space between your defensive impulse and your response. This regulation prevents the interruption or counterattack that might have damaged the interaction. Finally, effective communication enables you to respond constructively, acknowledging their concern, expressing your perspective clearly without defensiveness, and focusing on resolution rather than blame. This integrated response produces an outcome far superior to what any single component could achieve alone. Self-awareness without regulation might leave you conscious of your defensiveness, but still acting on it. Empathy without communication skills might help you understand their perspective, but not express your own effectively. Communication without self-awareness might result in articulate expression that misses your own emotional undercurrents. When these components work together, they create a positive feedback loop that continuously enhances your social effectiveness. Better skills lead to better interactions, which increase your confidence and motivation, which encourages further skill development, which leads to even better interactions. This virtuous cycle transforms social interaction from something potentially stressful or confusing into a source of satisfaction and growth. The true power of this integrated emotional intelligence emerges as you apply it across different social contexts. Each environment presents unique challenges and opportunities, but the fundamental principles remain consistent while their expression adapts to the specific situation. In work relationships, emotional intelligence synergy enhances teamwork and collaboration by allowing you to understand different working styles, communicate effectively across those differences, regulate frustration with diverse approaches, and maintain awareness of your own impact on the team dynamic. This integration creates a collaborative presence that both contributes effectively and brings out the best in others. When handling feedback, both giving and receiving, integrated emotional intelligence proves invaluable. Receiving feedback constructively requires self-awareness to recognize defensive reactions, regulation to manage those reactions, empathy to understand the feedback giver's perspective, and communication skills to respond thoughtfully rather than reactively. Giving feedback effectively requires similar integration, awareness of your intentions, empathy for how the feedback might be received, regulation of any frustration or impatience, and clear, specific communication that focuses on behavior rather than character. Managing workplace conflicts constructively draws heavily on the conflict resolution skills from Chapter 8, enhanced by the integration of all emotional intelligence components. This integration allows you to address issues directly while maintaining professional relationships, find solutions that meet core needs rather than just positions, and navigate the complex emotions that often accompany workplace disagreements. Building rapport with colleagues and superiors becomes more natural when emotional intelligence components work together. Self-awareness helps you present yourself authentically rather than performing an uncomfortable role. Empathy allows you to understand what matters to different colleagues and adapt your approach accordingly. Regulation prevents impulsive comments or reactions that might damage professional relationships. Clear communication creates the foundation for mutual understanding and respect. In personal relationships, friendships, family connections, and romantic partnerships, emotional intelligence synergy creates even deeper possibilities for meaningful connection. Deepening intimacy through empathy and vulnerability becomes possible when self-awareness helps you understand what you're comfortable sharing. Regulation manages the anxiety that often accompanies vulnerability, and communication skills allow you to express yourself authentically. Setting healthy boundaries respectfully, as explored in Chapter 6, protects these personal relationships from the resentment that often develops when needs remain unmet or limits are violated. Integrated emotional intelligence allows you to establish these boundaries in ways that strengthen rather than damage connections, clearly expressing your needs while maintaining empathy for others' perspectives. Providing meaningful support, discussed in Chapter 7, becomes more effective when all emotional intelligence components work together. Self-awareness helps you recognize when you're projecting your own solutions rather than understanding what the other person truly needs. Empathy allows you to grasp their experience accurately rather than assuming it mirrors what you would feel in their situation. Regulation prevents your own discomfort with their distress from leading to premature reassurance or problem solving. Communication skills enable you to express care effectively and listen supportively. Repairing connections after disagreements draws on the conflict resolution skills from Chapter 8, enhanced by emotional intelligence integration. This integration allows you to acknowledge your contribution to the conflict, understand the other person's hurt or frustration, manage your own defensive reactions, and communicate in ways that rebuild trust rather than reopening wounds. Even in casual social settings, emotional intelligence synergy enhances your experience and effectiveness. Initiating conversations with confidence, as discussed in Chapter 5, becomes more natural when self-awareness helps you manage social anxiety. Empathy attunes you to others' receptiveness. Regulation prevents nervous talking or withdrawal, and communication skills provide clear, engaging openings. Making positive first impressions results from the integration of authentic self-presentation, genuine interest in others, emotional composure, and clear, confident communication. This integration creates an impression of social intelligence that attracts others not through performance, but through authentic presence. Joining group conversations smoothly requires the social navigation skills from Chapter 5, supported by integrated emotional intelligence. This integration helps you read the existing conversation dynamic, time your entry appropriately, contribute relevantly, and adapt to the established tone and pace of the exchange. Handling social events with greater ease and enjoyment becomes possible when emotional intelligence components work together to reduce anxiety, increase genuine connection, and create a flexible, adaptive approach to different social situations. Rather than dreading social gatherings or performing an exhausting role throughout them, you can engage authentically and find genuine pleasure in connection. As you develop this integrated emotional intelligence, recognizing signs of improvement helps maintain motivation and acknowledge progress. Noticing increased self-awareness in social situations, more consciousness of your reactions, patterns, and impact indicates growing emotional intelligence. This awareness might manifest as catching yourself earlier in habitual patterns or noticing subtler aspects of your emotional responses. Feeling more empathy and understanding towards others, even those quite different from yourself, or in situations where you previously might have judged harshly, signals expanding emotional intelligence. This empathic growth might appear as greater curiosity about others' perspectives, more patience with different approaches, or deeper understanding of behavior that once seemed merely frustrating or confusing. Handling challenging emotions more effectively, recovering more quickly from upsets, maintaining composure in previously triggering situations, or choosing constructive responses rather than reactive ones, demonstrates developing emotional regulation. This improvement might show up as shorter emotional recovery times, greater calm during conflict, or more consistent alignment between your values and your behavior, even under stress. Experiencing fewer misunderstandings and more positive interactions indicates improving communication skills and overall social effectiveness. This enhancement might manifest as greater clarity in your expressions, better comprehension of others' messages, or more satisfying exchanges that leave both parties feeling understood. Feeling greater social confidence and less anxiety suggests an overall integration of emotional intelligence components that makes social interaction more comfortable and rewarding. This confidence doesn't mean perfect social performance, but rather trust in your ability to navigate social situations authentically and recover effectively from inevitable awkward moments or mistakes. The importance of self-reflection on your journey cannot be overstated. Continuing the practice of reviewing social interactions, considering what went well, what challenges arose, and what you might try differently next time, accelerates learning and integration. This reflection transforms each interaction into a growth opportunity rather than just a momentary experience. Identifying what worked well and areas for continued practice maintains a balanced perspective that acknowledges progress while recognizing ongoing development. This balanced view prevents both complacency, "I've mastered this," and discouragement, "I'll never get better at this," supporting continued growth with realistic self-assessment. Acknowledging and celebrating small victories, moments of effective self-regulation, empathic connection, clear communication, or social courage reinforces progress and builds motivation for continued development. These celebrations need not be elaborate. Simple self-acknowledgement of growth moments maintains momentum and positive engagement with the learning process. The journey of emotional and social mastery extends throughout life, with continued refinement and deepening always possible. Committing to continuous learning and practice, recognizing that emotional intelligence and social skills require ongoing attention rather than one-time development, creates the foundation for lifelong growth rather than temporary improvement. Seeking out opportunities to practice new skills prevents the common pattern where skills developed in structured learning environments fail to transfer to real-life situations. Deliberately using new approaches in actual social interactions, perhaps starting with lower-stakes situations before applying them in more challenging contexts, builds practical mastery rather than theoretical understanding alone. Staying curious and open to learning more about yourself and others maintains the growth mindset essential for continued development. This curiosity transforms challenges from failures into learning opportunities and keeps your approach fresh rather than rigid or formulaic. Seeking feedback for growth provides external perspective that complements self-reflection. Identifying trusted individuals who can offer constructive feedback, people who want the best for you and will be honest yet kind, creates valuable learning partnerships that accelerate development. Asking specific questions about your communication or interaction style elicits more useful feedback than general inquiries. "How clear was my explanation?" or "Did I seem open to different perspectives in that discussion?" provides more actionable information than "How am I doing socially?" Receiving feedback graciously and using it for improvement requires both emotional regulation to manage defensive reactions and self-awareness to evaluate the feedback objectively. Not all feedback will be equally accurate or helpful, but approaching it with openness rather than immediate rejection allows you to extract value even from imperfect observations. Setting long-term social goals provides direction for your continued development. Envisioning the kind of social life and relationships you aspire to, the quality of connection, the types of interactions, the social environments where you want to thrive, creates motivation and focus for ongoing growth. Identifying how continued emotional intelligence development supports these goals connects daily practice to meaningful outcomes. Understanding specifically how enhanced self-awareness, empathy, regulation, and communication will help you achieve your social vision transforms abstract skill development into purposeful progress toward valued goals. Breaking down long-term goals into smaller, actionable steps prevents overwhelm and creates manageable progress. Rather than trying to transform your entire social approach immediately, focusing on specific, concrete practices, perhaps one from each emotional intelligence domain, creates sustainable development that gradually integrates into your natural social style. As you continue this journey, acknowledge the effort and courage involved in developing emotional intelligence. Growth requires vulnerability, willingness to try new approaches, risk occasional awkwardness, and face aspects of yourself that might be uncomfortable to recognize. This courage deserves recognition and respect, both from others and from yourself. The transformative power of emotional intelligence extends far beyond specific social techniques or strategies. At its core, emotional intelligence development is about becoming more fully human, more aware, more connected, more intentional, and more authentic in your interactions with others. This transformation affects not just what you do socially, but who you are and how you experience both yourself and others. To translate these concepts into practice, consider implementing structured exercises that support emotional intelligence integration. A personal emotional intelligence and social skill action plan helps focus your continued development. Based on everything you've learned throughout this book, identify 2 or 3 specific skills you most want to improve further, perhaps aspects that remain challenging or areas particularly relevant to your social goals. For each skill, outline specific actions you'll take in the next month. These actions should be concrete, measurable, and realistic given your current life circumstances. For example, you might commit to practicing active listening daily in at least one conversation, using cognitive reappraisal for anxious thoughts before social events, or initiating one new conversation weekly with someone outside your usual social circle. A feedback request exercise provides external perspective to complement your self-assessment. Choose one trusted friend, family member, or colleague and ask them for specific, constructive feedback on one aspect of your communication or social interaction style. Questions like, "How clear am I when I explain complex ideas?" or "Do I seem approachable in group settings?" Focus the feedback on specific areas where you're seeking growth. After receiving this feedback, consider it objectively rather than immediately accepting or rejecting it. What insights does it offer for your development plan? How does it align with or differ from your self-perception? What specific adjustments might you make based on this external perspective? This reflection transforms feedback from potentially threatening criticism into valuable development information. A long-term social visioning exercise connects your emotional intelligence development to meaningful personal goals. Write down your ideal vision for your social life 1 year from now. What kinds of relationships do you have? How do you feel in social situations? How do you handle challenges? Be specific and honest about what truly matters to you rather than adopting conventional social goals that might not reflect your authentic values. Then connect this vision to your emotional intelligence development. How will continuing to enhance your self-awareness, empathy, self-regulation, and communication skills help you achieve this vision? This connection creates purpose and direction for your continued growth, ensuring your development efforts align with what genuinely matters to you. As we conclude this exploration of emotional intelligence and social skills, remember that the journey doesn't end with the final page of this book. In many ways, it's just beginning. The concepts and practices we've explored provide a foundation, but the real integration happens through consistent application in your daily life and relationships. This ongoing practice isn't about achieving perfection, but about continuous growth and deepening authenticity. Even the most emotionally intelligent individuals continue developing throughout life, finding new depths of awareness, empathy, regulation, and expression. The journey itself becomes rewarding, each step bringing greater connection, understanding, and genuine engagement with others. The ultimate promise of emotional intelligence isn't just social skill, but social wisdom, the capacity to navigate human connection with depth, authenticity, and genuine care. This wisdom transforms how you experience yourself in relation to others, creating a sense of both greater self-possession and deeper connection. You become more fully yourself, while simultaneously more genuinely connected to others. This transformation represents perhaps the most profound gift of emotional intelligence development. Beyond specific social outcomes, better relationships, more effective communication, greater influence, lies a fundamental shift in how you experience being human among other humans. The artificial barriers between self and others begin to soften without disappearing entirely. You maintain your distinct identity while experiencing genuine connection with others, separate but not isolated, connected but not merged. This integration creates a particular quality of presence that others experience as both powerful and inviting. People feel seen, heard, and valued in your company, not because you're performing social techniques, but because you're genuinely present, aware, and engaged. This presence attracts others, not through manipulation, but through authentic connection. The development of emotional intelligence ultimately leads to a paradoxical freedom. the freedom to be more fully yourself in social contexts rather than performing an exhausting role or hiding behind social masks. As self-awareness deepens, empathy expands, regulation strengthens, and communication clarifies, you discover that your authentic self, expressed skillfully, creates far more meaningful connection than any social performance could achieve. This authenticity creates relationships of substance rather than appearance, connections based on genuine understanding rather than social convention. These relationships provide not just companionship but true belonging, the sense of being known, accepted, and valued for who you actually are rather than who you pretend to be. The journey to this authentic social presence isn't always easy. It requires courage to face yourself honestly, compassion to understand others deeply, discipline to manage reactions skillfully, and commitment to communicate clearly. But the rewards, genuine connection, meaningful relationships, and the freedom to be authentically yourself with others far outweigh the challenges. As you continue developing your emotional intelligence, remember that each small step matters. Each moment of greater self-awareness, each instance of deeper empathy, each successful regulation of difficult emotions, each clear communication, all these seemingly minor victories gradually transform your social experience and capabilities. The path unfolds one step at a time, one interaction at a time, one relationship at a time. Through consistent practice and reflection, what initially requires conscious effort gradually becomes natural. The separate skills we've explored throughout this book increasingly integrate into a coherent, authentic social presence that feels like the truest expression of yourself rather than a performance or technique. This integration represents the ultimate social success, not dominating social situations or winning every interaction, but engaging authentically, connecting meaningfully, and navigating social complexity with wisdom and grace. This success emerges not from manipulating others, but from developing yourself, becoming more aware, more empathic, more regulated, and more clear in your expression. The journey continues beyond these pages, unfolding through your daily interactions and relationships. Each conversation, each meeting, each gathering becomes both a practice opportunity and an expression of your developing emotional intelligence. Through this ongoing integration of awareness, understanding, regulation, and communication, you create not just better social skills, but a more authentic, connected way of being in the world with others. And in this authentic connection lies the true promise of emotional intelligence. Not just social effectiveness, but social fulfillment. Not just skill, but wisdom. Not just technique, but transformation. The separate threads we've explored throughout this book weave together into something far more powerful than their sum, a tapestry of genuine human connection that enriches not just your life, but the lives of everyone you touch through your increasingly authentic, aware, and skillful presence. Yet even as you master these emotional intelligence skills, you may notice something still missing in your interactions. The ability to truly express your newfound awareness and understanding depends on another crucial dimension of social mastery. How do you ensure your brilliant insights and genuine empathy actually reach others in their full power? The answer lies in the words you choose and how you deliver them. To complete your social transformation journey and unlock your full potential for connection and influence, discover the audiobook, Words Are Power: How to Be Articulate, your essential guide to expressing your emotional intelligence with clarity, precision, and impact that others cannot ignore. Tap the center of the video now to continue your transformation journey.